Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay. Because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I am your host, Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Random 11. Beautiful
Hello.
voice you got there. Reese.
Ah!
Oh, and Greenline.
Here for once,
All right.
as opposed to last time.
Oh. There was something hard in that.
That's what she said.
Oh. That was stale, whatever that ground thing was. All right. Let's jump right in. Present, share screen. We have a this is one of those shows that we do where we just like knock out a ton of shit. All right. Oh shit, my mouth. Ha, spicy. All right. Let's start with this and then we'll talk about these. Boom. Shohei Ohtani has been found innocent while interpreter pleads guilty. So previously, you will recall, pro baseball player Shohei Ohtani was accused, or it was said by his interpreter that he was paying off the debts, but actually the interpreter was like stealing his money. So Japanese LA Dodgers, he previously played for the Angels, superstar player Shohei Ohtani has been found innocent of involvement in the money embezzlement scandal charged against his former interpreter Ippei Mizuhara, while the latter has now pled guilty to gambling away the former's money. Oh boy. As reported by the New York Times, it seems that there are suspicions that Mizuhara stole more than what was originally discovered. Oh fuck. At the beginning, and that he had changed the settings of the account so that Ohtani wouldn't receive notifications of the wire transfers. Motherfucker, really? On the other hand, the investigation ended with Ohtani himself found clean. And while not a good decision in hindsight, the fact that Ohtani didn't touch his money in the bank seemed to give credence to his statements that he has never gambled on sports. So you'll recall that the specific thing is that it's illegal to pay for gambling debts with a wire transfer in California. Did I remember that right? Was that the scandal?
I don't remember.
I
think sports betting is allowed in
I
California.
do not recall.
But I think paying with a wire transfer was one of the sticking points. Anyway, Mizuhara has since appeared in court with a guilty plea, and his arraignment is on May 9th. Anyway, if you would like to support the OCA podcast, there is the OCA podcast Patreon. You can legally support us rather than the way Mizuhara did. You can also fund the Anime Collector channel.
Don't worry, they won't bill you though.
Are they going to steal all your money and gamble it away?
Patreon?
Yeah.
At ocapodcast.com/support, you can look at other ways to support us. You can also support yourself with an Easter exhibition. Wow. Or the Tenga Vacuum Max. Yeah, at Tenga. So you can get the official OCA podcast link right here. at OCApodcast.com/support. All right. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's talk about a ton of shit that I've been sitting on for opening discussions. Please don't fuck me on the order these open. Also, how's everybody doing?
Fine.
Good.
Nice.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
All right. So the Japanese population has dropped by another 500,000 people in the last year.
Jeez.
So to say that another way, that's more than 500,000. Japan's Ministry of Internal Affairs announced on April 12th that the nation's population has dropped by another. See, I don't understand this. The headline says 595,000 people in the last year. Then it goes on to say the nation's population has dropped by another 830,000 people from the same time last year, with only a population of 124 million, 352,000, including foreigners. Oh, so I think it's 124,352,000 is the total amount, right? Including foreigners and looming aging population. This marks the 13th year in a row of the Japanese population's decline, with the native Japanese population dropping by 837,000 people. Once again, where does 595 come in? This shows the increase in the number of foreigners making up the population ratio. Okay, so the native Japanese population dropped by 837,000, but in total it only dropped 595,000 because while their population is dropping, they're getting replaced by the foreigners, right? So they dropped 895 and then or 837 and then 250,000 foreigners came in. This shows the increase in number of foreigners making up population ratio. There are also now over 20 million elderly people in Japan who are over 75 years old, while 0 to 14-year-olds fell by 329,000 to 14,173,000 people. Now only 11.4% of the population. Meanwhile, the able population of 15 to 64-year-olds fell to 73,952,000, only a 0.1% increase from last year's record low. Finally, the number of 65-year-olds and above now make up 29.1% of the population. 29.1% of the population is over the age of 65. Crazy, right? Now let's continue here. Starting off with doom news, right? More than half of unmarried men and women 18 to 29 don't want children in Japan.
Whoa.
Wow.
So 400 unmarried men and women between the ages of 18 and 29 partook in the survey of Roto Pharmaceutical, right? 55.2% selected, I do not want to have children in the future. That made it more than half the respondents for the first time since Roto Pharmaceutical started the survey 4 years ago. 59% of respondents were men, and 51.1% were women. I'm guessing that means 59% of the male respondents said they don't want to have children. Because 59% plus 51.1%, what is that, 110.1%?
I'm too busy looking up an image right now to do math.
That image? Sorry, it's right there. In a separate survey in 2023,
keep it up there.
75% of Gen Z youth revealed that they had no hope for Japan's future due to the declining birth rate and aging population. There you go. One more time. All right, cool. It makes you want to write music about McDonald's, doesn't it?
I was going to say that looked awfully wow. Whoa. Whoa.
All right, 68% of the Japanese feel that the country is in decline.
Well, if you put this in front of their face, maybe it'll.
I can tell you what's not in decline.
Dick. Multinational market research and consulting firm Ipsos, known as the world's largest public opinion research company, conducted the Populism Survey 2024, showing that 68% of Japanese feel their country is in decline. 20,630 people in 28 countries worldwide, including Japan, participated in the survey. The results were summarized in the graph, showing alleviation of poverty and social inequality as the Japanese people's most desired use of tax money. So here's Japan. 68% view it unfavorably. Okay? Now, that might seem high until you realize, no, that is high, right? But let me rephrase that. To put this into perspective, you might think, wow, how bad is that? America is not on this list. But seemingly, perhaps they weren't part of the survey because, for example, like this is Colombia. Where's Canada? Canada's right here. Canada's right here at 54%. So let me ask you this. You live in Canada and you think Trudeau's doing a shit job, but apparently only 50% or 54% of the people in your country agree. Right?
I don't know.
If you see how bad things are in Canada, but only 54% agree, but 68% of the Japanese agree, how much worse is it in Japan? Right? Now, above it, we've got, I think that's China, then France, then Sweden, then the Netherlands, which is actually written as Oranda, which is Holland in Japanese. I don't know why that's what they use to refer to the Netherlands. And then we've got South Africa.
Holland is what they call it.
Mm-hmm. So they've got South Africa.
Like in Netherlands, they call it Holland.
Mm-hmm. Just like how they have Deutsch for Germany, for Deutschland.
I think it's slightly different, but anyway, it doesn't matter. They call it Holland. I think they call it both in the Netherlands. Mm-hmm. Whereas Germany, literally, like the call
German
it
word
Deutschland.
for Germany is Deutschland.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you're wondering what this one is up here that seems to fuck up the curve, this is an aggregate of all the countries. So it also showed that 68% of Japanese people feel that Japan is in decline, to rank 5th place out of 28 countries that think they are on the decline. The ratio has increased 1.7 times since 2016, while the average for all other countries worldwide remained almost unchanged, leaving many Japanese to find it difficult to see the future of their country in a positive light. How many years ago is 2016? The answer is 8. Holy shit! You guys really need to stop looking at the at the titties and understand math. So 8 years ago,
I can make an 8 out of it. It was right there. I was just looking at it sideways.
I'm smarter than a 5th grader. Okay, I've proved myself. I don't need to prove myself to you.
So the Japanese yen hits a 34-year low, cheaper than the Philippines. Japanese yen continues to struggle against its American counterpart as it hit a 34-year low, with the Japanese yen and U.S. dollar exchange rate reaching the 153 mark on Thursday. The owner of Novelberg, a restaurant that deals with American beef, says that prices have tripled over the last 10 years due to the effects of the weak yen. You can't just triple your selling price, even if the cost triples, said the restaurant owner. I hope that people stop thinking they can eat meat as cheaply as they used to. Despite the Bank of Japan's decision to lift and raise negative interest rate, the yen continues to depreciate. Okay, I guess I didn't need to include this. Bank of Japan ends era of negative interest rates. The Bank of Japan has ended 8 years of negative interest rates. How long is 8 years ago? 2016, representing the country's first interest rate increase in nearly 2 decades. So, for those of you who don't know, a negative interest rate is when the central bank charges regular banks to hold their excess reserves, right? So, what?
Sorry, I was just reading this comment here. In Randy's defense, he doesn't have time to do that. I think he meant algebraic equation in chapter 8.
Thank you for them. I mean, the anus cancer.
Close enough.
So negative interest rates is when the central bank charges regular banks to hold their excess reserves. So basically, instead of earning interest from the central bank, the commercial banks are charged a fee to house their reserves in the central bank. Okay. Now, the idea is that it's supposed to incentivize lending versus hoarding. So, like, rather than hoard the money, you're incentivized to circulate it, right? Like, approve loans and whatnot so that there's more money in the economy circulating so that it's not sitting in the central bank and costing you money to keep it there. You being the commercial banks, right? Now this means, so we sort of talked last podcast about anime studios that are about to go bankrupt, right? And this change in the banking system, the negative interest rates, is going to reduce access to credit for those businesses like anime companies. I mean, all businesses and individuals, but it's going to affect the anime industry and accelerate that bankruptcy, I think. Or, and this is what is really going to happen, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, it is going to leave Japanese studios susceptible to Western companies coming in to bail them out. What is the exchange of bailing them out? Wokeness, right? So, despite the bank's decision to lift and raise the negative interest rates, the yen continues to depreciate. Foreigners who enjoy traveling to Japan commented, quote, I went to USJ and shopped in Osaka, and everything was cheaper than America. Travel and food costs were cheaper than in the Philippines. I was surprised. Yeah, I saw a guy, he went to like Denny's, or like he got a meal like you would get at a Denny's, and it cost him $2. You'd be fucking hard pressed to get that for less than 10 or 12 in the US now. Anyway, in addition, BlackRock is big on Japan. But first, let's look at some. Let's look at some chats here. Hello, Jordan. Taking hard things in the mouth like that. Yep. Oh, look. Apparently, I called you out here too. I missed that Giga Chad. Footnum. He could get his ass in here. Giga Chad. Wow. I didn't even write that, and I get to take credit for it. More like the tab collector. Yep. Hello, Lady Phoenix. Didn't find that much actual anime/manga news articles this week, but I did find a lot of penis news. Thank you. Thank you. Because you know we can't afford to not cover any of those. Mirage, you got to stop looking for dick on the internet. I didn't say that, but it was nice of you to include it in the Twitch thing, so he actually saw it. If you're going to comment from the main account, sign off with Reese. Yeah, thank you. Reese does seem to want.
But then you can't take. Then you can't take credit for this one.
Yep. Population not in dick line. Calhoun's early crowding experiments. Rats were. Is this the? What do you call that? The rat utopia? early crowding experiments, rats were supplied with everything they needed except space. The result was a population boom, followed by such severe psychological disruption that the animals died off to extinction. That very well may be what we're experiencing. In Randy's defense, he didn't have time to do algebraic equation. There we go. All right, cool. I'm caught up. Let's talk about BlackRock.
Read the headline again.
BlackRock is big on Japan. I don't want to read the whole thing. I just want to read enough that it feels like we got the gist of it. They recently dropped its second quarter economic outlook, and the world's biggest asset manager made just one revision to its stock allocation, bumping up its overweight position on Japanese stocks. So again, when I just told you that it's going to make it really easy for Western companies to swoop in and take over, BlackRock is the one going to do it. It also sees opportunities in 4 of the world's mega forces: AI, the digitalization of finance, the low carbon transition, and geopolitical fragmentation, onshoring. And these investments are keeping the firm's U.S. stock exposure on the heavier side. That's working for now, BlackRock says, but sticky inflation and a potential shift to higher for longer interest rates could undermine the current optimism. Going into 2024, BlackRock wasn't exactly looking at the investment world through rose-colored glasses. It saw mostly slower growth, hotter than ideal inflation, higher interest rates, and greater volatility ahead. And Japan was the only advanced economy putting a glimmer in its eye. Why? They've been on the decline for 10 years now. Now, a few months later, the biggest asset manager on the planet is looking back at those calls and mostly doubling down. So when you say calls, that's like in stocks, calls are the opposite of a put. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Yeah, so putting a put option on a stock is when you basically borrow somebody else's stock and sell it because you believe it's going to devalue in time, and then you pay them what it would be worth in that time. So if you sell it while it's worth, $60, and then when the time comes and it to pay them for it and it's only worth $20, then you pocketed $40 times however many shares, right? A call is the opposite. A call is when you expect the value to increase rather than decrease. So anyway, let's just read this part real quick. Japan had an absolutely stunning year so far, and BlackRock certainly noticed. Japan's Topics Index returned 17.8% of the first quarter, about 11% in U.S. dollars, since the Japanese yen fell roughly 7% against U.S. dollars. So, wow, this seems like it's going to be real boring to continue to read. We're going to call it there. Cool. Also, completely unrelated, the Christian Science Church wrote an article here. Japan is becoming more diverse. Will its government? A former swimming instructor from Egypt is helping revive the sleepy mountain town of Shonai in Japan. About 200 miles away, a Canadian polyglot is singing the praises of Tsukuba City, and Orzugal Babak Hojageva is standing on stage at a food festival outside of Tokyo, decked in a traditional Uzbek dress, because she's from Uzbekistan, expressing her desire to create a society where diversity is accepted. Uzbekistanis are, I don't really think about them in the rainbow. Yeah. The first-term city councilor in Tokyo, Setagawa Ward, who does not use her family name and campaigned only as Orzugal, is one of the small but growing number of foreign-born local government members bringing fresh perspectives to an island nation long known for its homogeneity. These lawmakers are often multilingual and have rich international work experience. Their platforms have resonated with many Japanese voters, as well as with the growing population of non-Japanese residents. Really, what's happening is that the non-Japanese who are immigrating there and getting the ability to vote in elections by getting naturalized, they're displacing the voting age Japanese. Anyway, we're going to move past that because otherwise we could stick on any one of these topics all night. So Colonel Otaku Gatekeeper shared this video a little while ago. Another video from right-wing activist Shunsuke Yamashita. In the video, he says he asked a Kurdish man a few questions about the PKK, and he was told to leave Akigase Park. You heard that right. A Kurd told the Japanese man to leave. They think they own us. Today, in the National Diet, the topic of why the PKK is not designated as a terrorist organization in Japan, despite being considered a terrorist organization by Turkey and the West, Liberal Democratic Party politician Masamune Wada answers these questions, and what happens next is unbelievable. Masamune Wada defends the PKK, comparing the calls to designate them as a terrorist organization to what China does to the Uyghurs, and labels anti-PKK tweets as propaganda. He then says that there's xenophobia against foreigners as a whole on the internet. Now, in a unrelated topic here, this person here, Concerned Citizen, or at Bill Gates is a psycho, says Japan turned out to reject the World Health Organization. Thousands of Japanese citizens gathered to protest Japan joining the World Health Organization Pandemic Global Health Accord. It appears the Japanese don't want unelected psychotic globalists mandating vaccines, masks, or lockdowns for them either, under the pretense of a fake pandemic. These are the words of Bill Gates as a psycho, YouTube. All other world people are rejecting globalism and the planned New World Order. All right. In response to this person said, "Thank you for reporting the truth about Japan. Most TV companies and newspapers in Japan have not reported on this demonstration of over 20,000 people against the pandemic pact. Why is that? Thank you for reporting the truth about Japan, because the Japanese media is occupied by foreign capital. The real battle against plandemic in Japan has begun. Please spread this truth to the world." Now, I did see this other comment on it that said the Sansei Party is the only political party in Japan that opposes it. Make of that what you will. Anyway, also, the Japan High Court's rule, same-sex marriage ban, unconstitutional. Okay, so I'm going to slow things down a little bit and explain. What we're seeing right now in Japan is a whole bunch of combining factors that all result in Japan losing its sovereignty. Right now, as we just sort of discussed, population boom followed by such severe psychological disruption that the animals died off to extinction, right? So, although I don't have any issues with people being gay, right? Or I don't have any issues with adults making decisions, even if they are harmful to themselves, right? Taking this stance even outside of being part of the LGBT community, right? I am okay. If you want to take a chainsaw and cut your foot off, you're an adult. I don't fucking care. As long as you don't have universal health care to take care of it, that comes out of my tax dollars, and you pay for the thing or do the stitching on your own at home, I don't fucking care. But a problem societally with an increase in homosexuality is that it creates a cultural decay, because historically speaking, if a man wanted to get laid, he had to work for it. Today, you can pull out your phone and in 1 minute see more pairs of tits than a person even 20 years ago could have seen in their entire life. naturally by creating literally human development, human evolution has all been built upon the desire biologically to pass on your genes. So if you make a placebo porn, specifically internet porn you can access in your pocket at any time you want, you remove the drive that up until this point in human history has caused us to build society. And by removing that drive or making it aimless, because obviously, to put it another way, if you don't have access to things to satiate a sexual appetite, you need to make decisions that will make you attractive to a mate and will also make a world that will benefit your offspring. What we have now are a bunch of people who are so self-centered in their focus that they actually almost or even overtly prefer to watch the world burn than to make it better for the future. As we just looked at, more than half the Japanese aren't interested in having children, even if they could. Right? So, Japan High Court rules same-sex marriage ban is unconstitutional. In addition to that, what do you know? The co-founder of a Japanese transgender organization, Tomoko Asanuma, has been arrested for sexually assaulting a woman. This seems to happen a lot. In addition, Russia has officially added the LGBTQ movement to its list of terrorist and extremist organizations. Now, I've told you this, I believe within the first month of the podcast, I probably told you guys that it is illegal in Russia to tell children that gay people exist. And the reason for this is because Russia has been, and I've been talking about this since the podcast started, attempting to increase their population. So they need to do whatever they can to prevent hiccups in the growth of their population, because you need more, a nation's capital is its people. A nation's power is its people. And you need people in order to survive conflict, whether it be in Ukraine or whatever happens with World War III, inevitably on the horizon. So this is just a further expanding on that. And wouldn't you know it, injustice, how the sex offender registry is destroying LGBT rights. What? It's hard to believe that until recently, there were still laws on the books that made it illegal to be gay. Our legal system may no longer explicitly prohibit same-sex relationships, but we have found new ways to criminalize queer kids. We label them as sex offenders. Across the country, children are put on sex offender registries for behaviors that range from playing doctor to streaking to having consensual sex with peers a few years apart in age. The statistics are scary. Out of 800,000 people on registries, 1 out of 4, more than 200,000, are under the age of 18. A child as young as 8 years old can be labeled as a deviant. Additionally, initial investigations show a disproportionate number of these youths are queer. Now, as I was sort of saying before, with Japan basically determining that same-sex marriage, that a ban on same-sex marriage is unconstitutional. The problem with homosexuality in terms of societal development is that when a man has sex with another man, he doesn't really have to work hard at it. Historically speaking, a lot of gay guys have sex on the first date. I mean, go to Kiwi Farms and you can find the tweets from Savakis where he talked about banging his Uber driver. right? Now, again, I'm perfectly okay with adults doing things, in that, like, whatever floats their boat, so to speak, as long as they're not hurting somebody. But culturally, societally, that has, on a long enough timeline especially, that has a very negative impact on society. Because you're taking away the drive for producing offspring, which has its own problems with the gay community because the drive is satiated in a way that does not produce offspring. And then, of course, we have the whole thing here about sex offender registry, because many of the children who are, quote unquote, identifying as queer were molested. Right. So the problem, of course, is that it's, certainly not 100%, but an alarming percent of young gay boys are that way because they were molested. And it's like, it creates a cycle. You hear the story all the fucking time. So anyway, just sort of extrapolating out these ideas here of sort of the future direction for Japan, which is happening all over the world. But obviously on this podcast, we sort of focus more on what's going on specifically in Japan. I think that we are witnessing the destruction of, I would say, like, the homogenous society Japan has built and maintained, and an infiltration that is occurring, partially by people who intend nefariously to harm the culture, and partially just by people who are there because that's where they live, that will dismantle everything that we think of as Japanese. You guys have any thoughts?
Nope.
I mean, it's the standard, like what everything that you've been going over. We'd just be repeating ourselves, basically. It's, it's.
Yeah. So, we covered this last podcast, sort of impromptu. We didn't really look at an article or anything. Ontario resident who wants both a vagina and penis wins public funding for unique surgery.
Well done, Random 11. I mean,
yep. A court has ruled Ontario must pay for a penis-sparing vaginoplasty for a person who identifies as neither fully female nor fully male. Honestly, I'm just kind of curious how they do it. I wonder if the article is going to tell us, like, the process.
I don't want to know the process. I'm going to be honest with you.
Well, the reason I'm curious is because typical vaginoplasty is involving slicing the penis and turning it inside out.
I know.
Right? Last podcast, we talked about the topic of people believe, the public at large, that silencers can make a gun silent. Right? Similarly, they believe, plastic surgery can make you look like somebody else, like magic. Body parts made out of thin air, right?
I mean, if you go over to Korea and pay enough money, maybe, but,
So the idea is, if you believe, they just build a penis, it's science, it's magic over there, right? And don't understand how it's done. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of curious.
I identify as that guy from Mortal Kombat with the 4 arms. I'd like you to attach 2 extra arms to me, please.
Hold on. It's going to come to me. Shang Tsung and Goro. There we go.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Random 11 identifies as Goro. That's going in the thumbnail. All right. Goro, more like Horo. God damn it.
That was a stretch.
All right, so this Ontario has been ordered to pay for the surgery for a resident who is seeking to have a vagina constructed while leaving their penis intact. Denying the procedure would infringe on the person's charter-protected right to security of the person, an Ontario court said in its ruling. The unanimous decision by a 3-member panel of judges of Ontario's Divisional Court could expand access to a novel bottom surgery for people who identify as non-binary, meaning neither fully male nor female. The Ontario resident, identified in court documents as KS, has been locked in a legal battle with the Ontario Health Insurance Plan since 2022, when OHIP, that's the Ontario Health Insurance Plan, denied a funding request to have a penile-preserving vaginoplasty performed at a clinic in Austin, Texas. The surgery, which is not available anywhere in Canada, involves creating a vaginal canal or opening without removing the penis. KS, 33, was born male but identifies as female dominant and uses a feminine name. OHIP denied her request for funding, arguing that the procedure is not included on its list of sex reassignment procedures and is therefore not an insured service. KS appealed OHIP's decision to the Ontario Health Services Appeal and Review Board, arguing that forcing her to have her penis removed would invalidate her identity and be akin to an illegal act of conversion therapy. So, last podcast, we kind of looked at this topic of like weaseling in, like don't give an inch, because when you open up an inch, it's like, well, I can twist the meaning of that inch to be whatever I want.
No, exactly. This is going to get turned to, well, I am already, I don't identify, I am already only 60% female. I want to be a 100% female, so government pay for my boob job.
Yeah.
Like, oh, my ugly jawline is actually causing me gender dysphoria because it looks kind of manly. Can you please pay for my jawline surgery so that I look more feminine? Or guys, like, I actually identify as a man with a giant penis. So can you pay for my penis enlargement surgery that I see online all the time? Simple,
I
right?
need to be at least 10 inches.
Yeah.
Bare minimum.
So
the idea that we're paying for any transition therapy is stupid.
Yeah.
I
and then
applaud
now
you
we're
for
paying
finding
for this bullshit.
I applaud you for finding the Ayn Rand approach of capitalizing on the government procedures you already have to pay for by figuring out how to make it so that you could get a massive dick. That's wonderful. Love that. Ayn Rand would be proud.
And also pay for my vacation in like the Philippines because no one else has that surgery. Thanks.
Exactly. Oh fuck! I dropped my bowl of poke bowl, and my computer is now covered in rice.
Awesome.
Good job.
Nice job, me.
Because I don't know if the article has said it yet, but no one in Canada offers this surgery, so they have to fly this person out to Texas.
So, she also worried about the risk of complications and urinary incontinence from the urological rerouting, meaning that I don't want to lose my penis because what if I fuck up and can't pee correctly and can't like stop peeing out my neo vagina or whatever they call them. So therefore, I need to make sure I retain my penis. Oh, and then there was also this part. The risk of orgasm dysfunction. Dude, we don't want that. It's not like this is a fetish or anything, being half woman. It's not like in their mind, although they're going to pretend they've never even heard the term, they're not thinking like, I'm going to be a futa. I identify as a futanari. I wanted to say futanari. No, I don't want hermaphrodite. I don't want medically induced hermaphrodism. I want futanari on my official medical records. She argued the procedure she is seeking abroad is like
California's rules. It's one of the genders that they offer as an option.
Sorry, say that again.
I said if you look up California's rules for like what genders they allow, I'm sure Futanari is already on the allowed gender list.
Jamie, pull that shit up. What do we got here? Is that a bomb? Gay bomb? All right. That person sounds like they are going on Chris Chan levels. No, seems like they are quite sane. Just deviant. She argued the procedure she is seeking abroad is like standard vaginoplasties performed in Ontario, but without the additional procedure, namely the penectomy. I just don't understand how you're going to do this. Like, what are they going to make it out of?
Imagine she gets it, or he gets it, whatever the hell, right? And it's like, well, there's not enough room, so like your vagina is going to be like an inch deep. It's just going to be a little pocket basically down there, right? and then she complains it's not big enough. We got to pay for it again, right? Like, this is bullshit,
I want to go back to Texas and have that Texas barbecue. My vagina's not deep enough.
You think they're going to cut off his balls to accommodate for the
Yeah,
salad?
like, where are you going to make room for it? Is it... I mean, what's going to happen when, because they don't remove the balls, it's too close to the anus and eventually rips during a giant turd session?
Oh, God. Oh, dude, you're giving me love.
And then they die of sepsis. Okay, I can live with the outcome.
On the Ontario dime.
Darwinism at its finest.
Oh. Let's see. The appeal board overturned OHIP's decision, ruling that a vaginoplasty is among the genital surgeries listed for public coverage and need not inherently include removal of the penis. The board therefore ruled the procedure eligible for public funding, meaning, just so everybody's clear, what they mean is that the board has ruled that Random 11's tax dollars should pay for this person's trip to Texas to get a vagina installed while maintaining their penis.
Random 11's tax dollars specifically.
Get a taint pocket. That's what we should call it.
Doctor, prepare the surgery room for a hot pocket.
Imagine they're like a criminal and like you gotta search that. It's like
gross.
No, what they should do is just extend the anus.
Just make the whole body an asshole.
It'd be really funny if the Texas surgeons literally just added like labias to the person's anus and called it done.
Yeah.
I mean, there'd be more room if you did that. Rewrap the ass so that it's like higher up on the tailbone, like closer to the tailbone, and then just turn the colon area into your new vagina.
I just finished eating. All right. Anyway, I don't think we need to read the whole thing. We don't want to blow our penis.
I'd rather focus on other topics.
Yeah. So, meanwhile, in Japan, the court has approved a gender change for a non-sterilized trans man in Japan. What does that mean, you ask? It means that he didn't have bottom surgery. So Japan is allowing this person to now be recognized legally as a woman, even though this person still retains all of their sex organs of being a man.
See, this is the idiotic, confusing part. When they say trans man, that means that they are a female, but transition to be a male.
A Japanese court has recognized a transgender man's petition to legally change his gender without having first undergone sterilization after the country's top court ruled the requirement unconstitutional in October. The plaintiff, 50-year-old Takakito. What are you, half Spanish? Takakito Usui. Welcome to ruling from Okayama. Profoundly moving as we come to motherfucker. Hold on, let me open up the archive version. Because I'm pretty sure I read that it.
Well, in the West, when you say trans man, you're referring to a female.
I agree. I know it's confusing as all hell. It's like pro Gamergate, anti Gamergate. It's just profoundly misleading. After his first was rejected, the latest decision comes after the Supreme Court ruled. I could have sworn I had read that the word penis does not come up in the entire article. I could see that as a woman who is dressed as a man. I don't understand why the sterilization is necessary in that situation. Usui was assigned as female at birth and has said that he felt uncomfortable being treated as such from a young age. One more thing that kids getting molested causes is women who don't want to be women. So, death to pedophiles. I think we can. That is a political platform we can all get behind.
For now.
Yeah, it's not about the surgery. It's about the money made from a lifetime of medical care. Yeah, that's certainly one of the reasons why the West is promoting it so heavily, especially media companies and whatnot. Because if you watch literally any news organization, the sponsors are almost entirely pharmaceutical companies. Like, count next time you watch the news, how many commercials are for a drug, right? That say, like, ask your doctor about Ozempic or any number of things, right? So because the pharmaceutical industry, which is the highest grossing industry in the fucking world, is basically funding the media outlets, the media ends up promoting things that are beneficial to the pharmaceutical companies, right? So promoting transgenderism guarantees. Holy shit.
Oh, sorry.
I was looking around and like, that ain't Reese. Like, and Green Line's muted, so.
No, that was my squeaky chair.
So anyway, the pharmaceutical companies, they incentivize transgenderism because for every transgender person they get, hormone replacement therapy, that's a lifetime thing. You're taking that shit forever. So that alone is you're making a customer for life. They want people to depend on the medical industry for any number of things. In order to not die, well, that's a good one. But, here's another thing we can do that costs, hundreds of thousands of dollars in a person's lifetime that they will get insurance to pay for and therefore disperse the cost amongst the rest of the population who's not involved in it. That's how all this works. And it all starts with Obamacare. It all starts going back to keeping everybody accountable to the medical decisions of others, right? So one more thing after this is that Japan is also planning to remove gender from the My Number cards, which is like an identification card in Japan. Decline. We are seeing the Rat Utopia experiment in real life. Who would like to do their pickups? Or does anybody have any thoughts before we move on?
I don't have any thoughts here.
Nope, just ditto to yours. Same thing.
Cool. So, last podcast, during the Rightstuf segment, at I don't know, fucking midnight or whatever that was, I bought Akiba made more. And it was delivered the following day. So, Watch Club after our next Watch Club is going to be Paprika. And then in addition, I picked up Resident Evil 6 so I could send this monstrosity back, Greatest Hits, right? And then I just picked up Final Fantasy, what is that? Remake? Rebirth? Is that what they call it?
Yeah,
Rebirth.
Rebirth.
And I've got the other set on the way. So those are my pickups.
Oh, we're doing pickups. I didn't know we had transitioned. Well, I have some pickups.
I bet you do. It's like 3 weeks worth of pickups.
Yeah. From So the first pickup is a cancellation that I meant to cancel, but forgot about it. So I picked up I can't even remember. Oh, I can't even remember her name. She's from what is she from? I got you triangle. There we go. Could remember.
Oh, okay.
Is it written on her ass?
It is written. I think so. It's somewhere.
It says Burger King.
You just have to.
Wow.
Look real close.
Yeah, that's going in the thumbnail.
It's somewhere.
I got you triangle right on the ass.
Yeah.
I see it says Raging Golden Eagle on it.
Doesn't it? Okay.
Oh.
That's the figure that I meant to cancel, but totally forgot about. So
cool.
She opened it and didn't bother to try to return it.
Yeah, well,
her face looks a little derp, and I don't know if your camera does like a warp effect at the edges. I'm not sure.
Mean,
maybe
might.
it is just a little bit of a weird.
But
her face just seemed wider than I was expecting.
Picked up a Tenchi Muyo for my eventual Tenchi video, Tenchi Muyo GXP specifically.
Nice.
This is the box set from Funimation, the four pack, not the 8-pack.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
someone was telling me.
Yeah, so that has 2 discs in each.
It does.
Thing. Yeah, so it is the 8-pack. It's just condensed into 4. Oh no, shit! Hold on.
What happened?
My my hot hands opened and burst, and now I have hot coal or whatever on.
Oh no!
Whatever the shit that is.
Your pocket warmers.
You know, I'm just gonna stick it in my food dish. Yeah, did I ever tell you the story about when I first started working at the company I'm working at? And the second or third weekend, I went to Atlanta, and oh boy, don't fly in the airport with those in your pocket through TSA. That wasn't fun. What is this, sir? Oh, you know, it's a device that gets warm, that heats up. Yeah. What? Yeah. Anyway, back to you.
I say it's hot hands. Like I get cold.
hands. Yeah. Fortunately, I had one that was unopened, so they could see the packaging. Oh,
okay.
It's a commercial product, not a bomb.
Not a bomb. Thank God. Okay. For my final pickup for this week is it's a bootleg, major bootleg of Rave Master, but super fucking. Yeah, I know. Well, I'm waiting for Discotech, and then when Discotech does, I'll send this way. To you, Brad.
Yeah, I'll take it.
This dog shit of a bootleg, but looks incredibly like a bootleg, obviously. But I was like, fuck it. I don't know when they're gonna release Rave Master, so I'll just get it now, and then wait in 5 years for Discotech to finally pick up the rights to it, I guess. Hopefully.
All right. Well, very nice. So in podcast Discord, join our Discord, everyone. Seb picked up Katsuhiro Otomo's Memories, Lupin Part 5, Junkhead. Is that a Blu-ray or a DVD, Seb? Future Diary, Fortune Favors Lady Nikuko, Samurai Flamenco, and Testament of Sister New Devil. Nice. Oh, and then I had to make a correction here. This movie I talked about last podcast, Dead Space, was from 1991. For some reason, I thought it was from the 70s. So just making a correction there. I watched it. Surprisingly, the least awful thing in the trilogy of Dead Space movies, because this one is just completely unrelated to the game, and there are 2 god-awful animations that don't bring any value whatsoever to the world. The first one includes a fat man's penis. You get to watch that be animated, so that's wonderful. Reese picked up Minecraft. Now I guess he can play with my son on the Switch. And Mirage picked up Digimon Volume 1, 2, and 3 from Flatiron Filmworks.
$2 a piece.
Nice. There we go. Nice. We can move on. All right. So IGN put out this tweet. We were supposed to cover this last podcast, but there was just too much going on. Isekai, one of the most popular genres in anime and manga, is now officially in the Oxford English Dictionary. However, it may not mean what you think. This was met with such opinions as, it may not mean what you think, since you're using an image from Freerin for the article. Let's jump in. So, isekai, the popular manga and anime genre, is now in the Oxford English Dictionary. Oxford's definition of isekai hints at a shift in the popular anime genre's original definition. According to The Guardian, the Oxford English Dictionary's latest update added 23 Japanese words to its lexicon. Included among those Japanese terms... What? Included among these Japanese terms, like is... Get rid of like.
Yeah, I think it just means is, yeah.
Get out of here. Fuck off. You don't exist. Included among these Japanese terms is one of the most popular anime genres, isekai. Oxford English Dictionary's official website defines isekai as, quote, a Japanese genre of science or fantasy fiction featuring a protagonist who is transported to or reincarnated in a different, strange, or unfamiliar world. Is delicious in a dungeon an isekai? By some definitions, it may be. While isekai has been colloquially
it's a tough word.
No, it's only a tough word because I don't usually read it. I usually just say it colloquially. But now when I read it, I'm like, why does it feel like I'm putting extra L's in it? Colloquially, understood in the U.S. anime community. God, you guys suck at proofreading. USA anime. Understood in the U.S. anime community as a genre where a character is teleported into a fantasy world, be it through a VR device a la Sword Art Online, or vehicular incidents with a white truck. Lol. Do you consider Sword Art Online a isekai?
No, because he can't get out.
No, because he can't get out, or because he can get out?
He can't. He goes in.
Well,
he goes into different games.
Let's save that convo for the rest after this. But
I'm just saying,
quickly, it is interesting of a thought process because he is still in the real world. He's just in a video game.
Yeah, but then literally any time a person plays a video game that is VR, you would be like, oh, this is the part where that becomes an isekai for 5 minutes. You know, like...
yeah, I've met some people who consider it one, but honestly, thinking about it, I wouldn't consider it one myself.
So in Sword Art Online, I've never watched it. Is he stuck?
For the half of the first season, he's stuck.
What about Dot Hack? Tsukasa is in fact stuck in it for the first season, right?
I think.
I'm just thinking like
the kid with the white hair is stuck in it.
Tsukasa. Yeah. So I'm just like I'm trying to get my mind around this because I'm trying to challenge my understanding on it because like I used to joke like Escaflowne is an isekai, right? So is Inuyasha, depending on your terminology.
And
of it,
Digimon.
right? Yeah, Digimon. That was the next one I was going to bring up, right? So
Monster
Digimon,
But they could
Digimon
go
Monster
back.
Rancher. Pokemon is not an isekai.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, Ashes
depending on the
Colorado.
definition.
So when the Pokemon is inside the Pokeball, it's an isekai, right?
No, I mean, depending on the like, if we agree that
It's right
in the
there in the
episode where they
start.
go to
No.
the island of giant Pokemon, that's the
No.
isekai.
No, it's all in the song. We all live in a Pokemon world.
Yeah.
So like they got to the Pokemon world. Like,
if okay, by the end of this
Okay.
article, if you agree that Delicious in Dungeon and Frieren are both isekai, then
I
Pokemon by definition
100%
would also be a
do not
isekai.
agree. Okay, I 100% do not agree.
You
Now,
haven't
look,
read the whole article yet.
I
Let it
haven't.
convince you.
I'm going to read it, but the argument we're making here is that people jumped the gun and dunked on IGN for using the picture of Frieren because Frieren is not quote unquote in another world.
I mean,
Referring
to play devil's advocate to the people, IGN has had massive fuck ups in the past, so probably people were just assuming.
But Frieren is in another world. It's just not.
Sorry, it's just not
It
transported.
is, and we'll
to
talk about
another
that
world.
after.
So let me
the
explain
article is
something
done.
here. The word isekai. Sekai is the Japanese word for world. So in Berserk, every episode starts with, in this world are the feelings of men ruled by some transcendental entity or like that whole monologue.
Yeah.
They're saying kono sekai, right? Like sekai meaning world, right? This world, right? E in isekai means different, odd, strange, or different. Okay. Combining them together, it means different world. It does not mean transported to a different world. However, the concept of different world implies different from what? Right?
Yeah.
So Japan has a genre for fantasy. Get this, it's fantasy, right? So they already have a terminology similar to what we use to refer to things the way you would think of like Lord of the Rings. So for example,
not set in the quote unquote
Record of Lodoss War would be considered fantasy or fantasy, right? Not isekai, right? Now,
Okay, but hold on. So you're saying that there is a difference between isekai in the stretched definition, okay, and fantasy. They're not a one-to-one. Like Harry Potter, fantasy has nothing to do with another world. That's London. So just because it's a fantasy doesn't mean it's an isekai. Even in the stretched definition of it just takes place in another world.
so what you're arguing is that isekai does not equal fish out of water.
Correct. Well, yeah, not by definition.
Because
yeah.
Harry Potter, I would consider a light fantasy fish out of water story for the beginning of it. Right?
Sure, but fish out of water, you could be a fish out of water in Japan.
Yeah.
Right?
Last Samurai.
Like Lost in Translation.
Last Samurai is an isekai.
Or that. But so that is not the definition of isekai, right? Isekai is another world. You're not in our world.
Yeah. So the colloquial sense of the word, again, colloquially understood in the US, means character transported in another world, be it through VR, vehicular incidents, or reincarnation, right? The term has been slightly misapplied. According to the Tokyo-based Twitch streamer Selena, isekai means the story takes place in a totally different world from our real world. Meaning, classic fantasy shows fans wouldn't consider to be an isekai, like Record of Lodoss War, and contemporary anime like Delicious in a Dungeon and Free Run Beyond Journey's End could be considered isekai. Turns out, the anime community's popularized definition of isekai is referring to its subgenre. If it's some modern dude getting reincarnated to another world, it's called isekai tensei. Selena continued in the thread, saying isekai's original definition doesn't just restrict itself to a fantasy setting either, meaning sci-fi stories can technically be an isekai as well. By that logic, Square Enix 2017 action role-playing game Nier Automata was an isekai before Sword Art Online studio A1 Pictures turned it into an anime last year. Okay. This would probably explain why the popular fantasy anime Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation isn't called Mushoku Isekai. However, no, because fucking are you that stupid? However, other upcoming anime like the aptly titled Suicide Squad Isekai doesn't help clear up the anime community's ongoing confusion over the word's proper definition. Grammatical history lesson aside, the Oxford Dictionary will likely not have to immediately make an addendum to its definition on isekai. According to The Guardian, editors at the Oxford English Dictionary collaborated with researchers from the Tokyo University of Foreign Studies to define isekai and other commonly borrowed cooking-related words like katsu. This would suggest the word's original definition has shifted from its original meaning to fit with anime fans' popularized misuse of its subgenre. To be fair, isekai rolls off the tongue easier. What, then fantasy?
No, then tensei. The whole word, isekai tensei.
No, fucker.
Yeah, that's their argument.
That is a dumb argument.
Why? Tensei means reincarnated.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thus,
which is not the same thing.
The argument is that isekai, okay, the colloquially, what I can't say the word either, definition of it requires transportation, okay, either through magical transportation or reincarnation. And so they're saying that isekai tensei is one of those two genres, transportation through reincarnation. There's another one that they don't name here that would just be transportation through magic or some other portal. And that would be another subgenre of isekai total. So there's isekai total, big circle, smaller circle, isekai tensei, other smaller circle, in the big circle, another one that would be isekai transportation.
All right, pulling up G-Show.
I don't know what this is.
This is isekai. Another world, especially in fiction. Other world, parallel universe, different dimension world. Isekai.
Mm-hmm.
This is sekai. The world, society, the universe, sphere, circle, world renowned, world famous. Sekai. Realm governed by one Buddha. Oh. World. All right.
It's in the dictionary. Ah!
This is E. As in E, sekai. Difference of opinion. This is for the noun or not adjective.
So far, you haven't made a relevant point.
The not adjective, strange, odd, unusual. The prefix, which is what it's being used in the word isekai, means different. So it means different world, right? Now,
No
bear
point
with
have
me
we
here.
disagreed.
Bear with me here. This is the kanji for tensei. It means transmigration, reincarnation, metempsychosis in Buddhism, or it's more common, just reincarnation. So reincarnation is not the same word as isekai.
No one's saying that.
Yeah, so isekai tensei is saying reincarnated
Yes.
in another world.
Yes. What don't you get about this? You
I
seem to
don't
be
get.
confused.
I don't get why a Twitch streamer in Japan is a valid source of definition.
You seem very confused. They agree with everything you've said so far. So why are you why are you upset? Why are you complaining? They've agreed with everything you've just said.
Because you're claiming that isekai rolls off the tongue easier than tensei, but they aren't
tensei.
the same word.
No, I said tensei. I missaid it. Okay, I think their argument is it rolls off the tongue easier than isekai tensei. The whole word.
All right, this is the most mind-blowing thing in the entire article. If you take anything away from this article, aside from isekai being recognized in the Oxford Dictionary, of course, Nintendo in Illumination's The Super Mario Brothers movie is the second most successful isekai movie ever, coming second to Studio Ghibli's Golden Globe and Oscar award-winning film The Boy and the Heron. You're telling me that The Boy and the Heron made more money than the Super Mario Brothers movie? Because that's the most mind-blowing thing I've seen so far.
Maybe in Japan.
Maybe,
not
yeah.
worldwide. I can't imagine worldwide.
I don't. Well, it's interesting, right? Because it's like, well, I mean, if you want to be technical about it, like every other anime it would be an isekai because it's a totally different, especially if it's fantasy, because it's a totally different world from our own.
Yes.
But like when I think of something being an actual isekai, I think we have to establish, not just from the perspective of the person watching, from the audience member, but from the perspective of the characters within the show, of it being another world. So
we're going to go down a path here. If you would let me cook for 2 minutes.
Okay,
here.
cook. I'll let you burn the food. I mean,
let him cook, guys. Let him cook.
All right. So words have meanings different in different situations and cultures. Okay. So the word anime, right, is originally the term appropriated from English animation, right? And it means something else in Japan than it means in English, because the term animation, you wouldn't call a cartoon. Well, I mean, you could, but it would be you
slight technically
stretch.
Could.
Yeah, but it would be a stretch. Animation.
It wouldn't be wrong, but it would be a stretch.
No, correct. It would be a slight. You would look at that person like you're using that word strange, right? Animation means like you're animating something. Cartoon is what you call the product, the media, right? Where in Japan, anime is the product. It's their word for cartoon, but they stole our word for animation to make the word anime. Then, so in Japan, right, like Frozen, the Disney cartoon, is an anime. The Simpsons is an anime. When we imported anime back into America, we stole their word for cartoon and applied it to specifically Japanese cartoons. So now we've appropriated the word back, and it's morphed from in Japan, and now it means something not completely, but also something different in America than it means in Japan, right? Because it's now no longer specifically referring to just all cartoons. It's just Japanese cartoons or that style of cartoon, right? So this is how words morph as they get passed back and forth between the two cultures. So the word isekai literally means in another world. Therefore, you could apply that word.
It actually means different world.
That's tomato, literally. But anyway, and if you go to Google and you type it in, it just says other world, I think it is. But anyway, whatever. That's what it means. When we took it back here and we appropriated it back here to apply to the genre of anime, we applied it to specifically the anime where you get teleported to another world through reincarnation or Truck-kun or whatever, right?
Mhm.
So our definition, like anime, is more narrow than the original definition in Japan. So Oxford's dictionary definition, where they just say it's a genre of anime or fiction, is correct in our colloquially understanding of the word that we stole from Japan.
Mhm.
But in Japan, it doesn't mean that. It has a broader meaning and could be applied to more anime than what we would apply it here. And they have other words that have specific meanings to what we're talking about, like isekai tensei, which is a longer word, but it would be a more one-to-one meaning to our word, or the word that we stole from them, essentially.
Okay, are you done?
Does that make sense? Do we all follow? I think I'm done.
Okay, so let me ask you this. No, I don't have any questions. Let me ask you this.
You just said, let me ask you something, so that's a question.
Okay, fair enough.
He has a point there.
I don't have any questions about your retarded take. I have a rhetorical question.
Okay.
If you were into traps, meaning you were into the fetish of males pretending to be females, and you got off specifically, your fetish is to trap porn. Is it technically true to say you love gay porn?
You're going. This is completely unrelated.
It is not unrelated.
How is it related?
The answer to the question is yes. Technically, it is accurate to say that somebody who enjoys trap porn loves gay porn.
That's a whole other conversation.
However,
that's a whole other conversation. We can debate that till the cows come home.
No, the statement that guy likes gay porn would be disingenuous because it conveys in the mind of the person hearing it, oh, they like watching gay guys have sex. But in actuality, what they like is watching traps in sexual activities. So it is not the same thing. It is decidedly a different thing. Just because you can use the term and be technically true does not mean that it is the accurate term with which to be used.
Hold on. In your analogy, right, what the case would have to be is that the Japanese word for describing trap porn is gay porn, and then in Japan they say, oh, you like gay porn, and I say
the Japanese word would be like otoko noko, and it is decidedly a different thing than gay.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that you're making an argument, well, because in America we use this word differently. First of all, the Japanese don't refer to Western cartoons as anime the way they would refer to their own stuff. They have a completely different word that prefixes it, seiyo anime, which refers to Western cartoons.
Well, I'm not Japanese. Okay. Disclaimer. But I've heard differently, so that's all I could say about that.
Now, the Japanese,
I've literally watched videos of people saying, "Yeah,
this is something that is so fucking annoying about Japan," and it's one of the reasons why the localizers are able to play fast and loose with the language so much. Is that Japanese is a language for which depending on how much effort you intend to put into the sentence, you could omit nearly all of the words, including things that are recognized as grammatically something that connects one word to the next. You just fucking omit it. And in context of the conversation, people will understand most of the time that the phrase you're using implies a much longer sentence or is a question depending on your inflection.
Well, I mean, I know, again, not Japanese, but I do know that they have a tendency to shorten words like convenience store to conveni, or animation, or animation to anime, obviously, right? So if there were this idea that the genre
it's not
is
just
actually, hold on. If the actual genre was called Isekai Tensei, they would then shorten that to Isekai, just in common speak, but mean Isekai Tensei. But that would not erase the global definition of just Isekai.
Help me to fathom then how Frieren falls into the category of Isekai Tensei.
It doesn't. No one's arguing that.
So, once again, the purpose of language is to clearly convey ideas. You can argue that somebody likes gay porn and misconstrue the reality of the situation. Jesus, your dad is loud. You can misconstrue the reality of the situation by purposefully using words that are technically true but convey an inaccurate understanding to the people who are on the periphery just hearing what you're saying. Or you can use words specifically that have a colloquial meaning that will convey the proper understanding of what you're trying to convey. Now, the thing about Japanese is not just that they shorten words. Convenience store just down to konbini, animation just down to anime, right? But in reality, they will shorten the entire sentence. So that instead of saying, this is my favorite anime, they would just say, favorite anime. And then the information being conveyed would be understood as, I'm talking about my favorite in this situation. Even though I don't use the whole, like Japan has the ability to use all of these different words and combine them together to make a sentence that's significantly longer and would convey to the people who are hearing that you are specifically referring to your favorite anime versus just saying the words favorite anime and it being understood to everybody in the room, oh, that's his favorite anime.
Sure. English has that too. You know, with context, you can leave out words and things. Okay.
So another example would be the word or the name, well, I guess it's technically a word now, Nimrod. Historically, Nimrod was a hunter in the Bible. In Looney Tunes, Bugs Bunny refers to Elmer Fudd as Nimrod as an insult, mocking him as being some great hunter, right? But in a sarcastic, mocking way. But to the people in the audience, they hear Nimrod and don't know that it is the name of a person from the Bible, and that term becomes synonymous with idiot, even though it actually means like effectively great hunter. Like referring to somebody in the gym as Arnold Schwarzenegger would be like a compliment. Like, look how jacked they are, right? But if you don't know who Schwarzenegger is because you're in a part of the world that doesn't get access to his movies or know any of his history, and you were saying it to somebody who couldn't even bench the bar, the term would take on a different meaning.
Sure.
So that is regardless of what isekai may have at one time meant, and I still disagree. I do not think Selena is correct there.
Okay, but she's actually in Japan.
I don't think it makes a difference. I think it is significantly more likely that IGN misunderstood the Japanese being spoken by Selena instead of Selena
No, she was
correctly
actually
arguing.
speaking in English on Twitter.
Well, there you go. So I think
so
it
they
is
didn't
significantly more likely
misunderstand
because Japan already has terms for the genre that would be like Record of Lodoss War, Free Run, or Delicious in a Dungeon.
Berserk, like
It literally, well, I mean, dark fantasy.
Yeah,
might have a slightly
by
different
Random's definition, it is a isekai because
No, but hold on.
Berserk is an isekai. Confirmed.
You used a term earlier, okay? Fish out of water, right?
Mhm.
So just because we have one term to describe a genre of media, then we have to throw out, or we have to say that clearly no other term could exist. Why use fantasy when we could
I'm
use
saying that the
fish out of water?
terminology classification, we choose to use the term that best conveys, right? That's why you would not say, if you were trying to explain a character in a show that it has a thing for traps, you wouldn't say that guy's gay, because it conveys to the person hearing it something completely different than they prey on traps.
Okay, but it wouldn't convey something completely different in this case. It literally in Japan, it literally means in another world. So
it does not mean in another world. It literally means different world. And the connotation there is different from what?
This world.
Yes. So in the context, the reason you would use fantasy or fantasy as they would pronounce it in Japanese.
Fantasy doesn't imply another world. You can have fantasy without another world. Like Harry Potter. They're not synonymous.
Okay, name 5 more examples than Harry. I mean, I can't really think of any other fantasy.
So, yeah, obviously there's going to be varying degrees. I personally would not consider Harry Potter
a Disney movie with the magic guy. There's tons of movies.
The Sorcerer's Apprentice. Don't you know anything?
Yeah, there you go. That's the one. There you go.
No, but seriously, just
a bunch of medieval ones.
Let's say The Simpsons, or like Grand Theft Auto, for example. Grand Theft Auto takes place, or even let's say DC Comics, right? Gotham doesn't actually exist. Neither does Metropolis. They are stand-ins for like Chicago
and New York.
Right? Yep. In Marvel, Spider-Man swings around actual New York.
Yep.
Right? So just in we've got a very similar premise of superhero companies, right? One of them chooses to do things in the real world. The other one chooses to do things in a fictionalized version of the real world. But
It is still
nobody is going to describe DC Comics as an isekai
because it's not.
Except in Suicide Squad isekai.
Yes.
Because
it's not. That's why they would never do that.
Superhero is a better descriptive for what genre it is.
No.
Instead of fucking fantasy. Are you kidding me?
They would never describe it as an isekai because it's not. It's still planet Earth. It's just a fictitious town.
How is that any different from Harry Potter?
What do you mean? Harry Potter isn't an isekai either. It literally is in London.
Okay, how is it different? How is Berserk? How is that an isekai? It's in a different world.
No.
It's literally in a different world. So it's an isekai.
No, it isn't.
So you're
Berserk as an isekai.
You're mixing up isekai and fantasy as if they're synonyms, but they're not. Harry Potter is
I'm not crazy, right? He's continually switching his argument.
No, I haven't switched my argument once. Harry Potter is a fantasy. Because
again,
how is Harry Potter not a fantasy?
It's not that it's not a fantasy. The same way that it's not technically untrue that a person who faps to trap porn is getting off to gay
You're
porn.
so hooked on this. It's
because it's a good example.
No, it's not.
It's an excellent example. You're just uncomfortable with it.
Okay, what would you call Harry Potter then if it's not a fantasy?
Harry Potter is a wizard and like wizardry story that features light fantasy elements in a real world setting.
Yes. Thank
you. So
you.
yes, the word fantasy would be
used.
used.
It is a fantasy,
but
and it is not an isekai.
Accurate to use it as the sole descriptive term for the genre.
It would be. What are you?
What about Berserk? Like, I mean, I none of us here would consider Berserk an isekai.
Okay.
I mean, it's an isekai when the eclipse occurs.
I can't say the word. Yes, that definition. Yes, I agree with you, Greenline. It wouldn't fit our definition of isekai, right? But this stretched definition that is the original Japanese meaning, in theory, it would fit.
In my argument,
in my
asterisk.
So, like, what about like, I mean, and so we wouldn't consider Berserk an isekai. What about Tenchi Muyo? Like, that's he goes to other planets. He goes to other planets, so that's other worlds.
This is the thing. It's like, so is the movie The Martian about Matt Damon being stuck on Mars an isekai, according to your definition of the word, Random Line?
I mean, in a stretched definition, possibly.
Look, you could stretch.
No, hold on.
Any length you want to make them.
Hold on. Yeah. Okay, so there's this whole like, what is a sandwich? What is a soup? Right? What is a salad? Mm-hmm. And where does one food become a soup or a salad? Is cereal a soup? Okay, what if you eat it without the milk, right? Then it becomes a salad. So obviously when you're categorizing things, there is a fuzzy line. They're not strict definitions.
Why didn't I think of that before? You're right. Once you add ranch dressing, a salad does in fact become a bowl of cereal. Yes, totally.
I never said that. The point is, if you drown the salad in ranch dressing, at some point it becomes a soup. That's the point. Like, you keep getting the wrong. You keep coming to the wrong conclusions here. Like,
cereal is soup. Gotcha.
With milk, it could be.
This is not an argument. I want to.
Yeah, this is not. We should just get off this topic. We're gonna sit here for 2 more hours arguing.
Old man says, "How did we get from the definition of isekai to our trash game?" I think you understand.
Before we go beyond the point of no return of tearing this family apart, let's move on to a different topic.
Yeah. So I wholeheartedly, I understand the point.
You do not understand.
No, I fully do. I just disagree with the premise because I don't believe historically.
You're also not Japanese, and we're not arguing that the English North American.
Neither are you.
No, I'm not. I'm taking this Japanese streamer's word for the fact that,
and I am arguing that is a mistake.
And logically, like the literal definition of the word.
Somebody buy me. Somebody do some research. We're gonna find out the oldest Japanese dictionary that contains the word isekai, and we are going to character by character translate it on stream.
What would that solve? That would solve.
It would
nothing.
Make you wrong.
No, it wouldn't. It would. How? Unless the definition turned out to be
in big bold Japanese letters, not to be confused with fantasy.
I'm not saying it's a synonym for fantasy. What don't you get about that? They're different things. Like, Jesus Christ.
Explain to me how they're different.
Harry Potter is bring up my fucking chart. Bring up my chart. Bring it up.
This amazing chart.
fantasy is this overarching thing, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you could argue that there could be some isekai that don't fit in fantasy, but for this argument, I'm going to say most of them would. Okay, so the fantasy can cover fantastical stories that both take place in our world and in another world, and so things like Harry Potter, The Magician's Apprentice fall in not another world. That would not be an isekai, but it would still be a fantasy.
Especially because it's called Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Therefore, it is by definition not a synonym. A synonym is a word that means that two words mean the same thing. They can be swapped out. So I'm showing you.
Okay.
It is
so
not.
Help me understand. Word. Help me understand how a fantasy setting like Record of Lodoss War would be considered an isekai.
Does it take place on planet Earth?
It takes place in the land of Lodoss.
That's another world. So we go to our little checkbox thing here and we say, does it take place in another world?
Okay.
Yes. It's an isekai.
Is Game of Thrones an isekai?
Yes.
Yes. By this definition, it would be, yes.
By this definition, I don't...
Well, I have to say that all of these because he keeps thinking that I'm talking about fantasy for some reason. And they're being very clear. I told
is
you
Naruto.
At the beginning.
Okay.
Hold on.
Naruto. Is Grand Theft Auto an isekai?
No. Takes place.
So how come a fantasy that takes place in a fictional medieval setting with stories based on actual European history is considered an isekai, but a contemporary setting with fucking aliens and Bigfoot and all sorts of fantastical things that takes place in an alternate version of the United States is not considered an isekai by your definition.
So this is what I was saying by there's fuzzy definitions, right? Is a medieval story an isekai? That would be a fuzzy definition because for me personally, okay, other people might have other opinions on that, but for me personally, that would be a fuzzy definition because yeah, it is in a completely different world, but if it's still on Earth, then is it another world? Yeah, it's still Earth. So could be debatable.
So in Berserk, Konosekai, it takes place on Earth, right? No. Therefore, is it or is it not an isekai based on your definition?
Okay, so to be fair, I've only watched the anime. I haven't read the book. So I don't know. Does it take place on Earth? It takes place on an Earth-like planet.
Mm-hmm. But nobody's looking at it and thinking, oh yeah, this takes place in the same universe as Earth, but it's on another planet.
I don't. Has it mentioned where they are? Like any landmarks that are recognizable?
No, it's exactly like fucking Game of Thrones.
Exactly.
It takes place in Midland. Like.
Okay, and I said Game of Thrones it would be an isekai in this definition.
Okay, so Game of Thrones, but there's no dragons. Still an isekai?
Midgar or whatever. Yeah, it takes place in a world that has like a winter for like 10 years.
Okay, Game of Thrones, but all the cities are actually named after real European cities. Is it still a fantasy or still a isekai?
Well, I mean, like I said, we're not strict lines here. We're blurry. So you could blur it into the sunset and eventually you'd cross that line. I don't know where that line is. It's not a hard line.
Stan also agrees that your arguments are stupid.
It's not soap or salad. It's soup.
What are you, insane? It's soup and salad, idiot.
Soap is completely different.
Honestly,
soap is not a food.
I honestly think we need to get out of here because it's
we need to end. We need to.
We're gonna sit here for for 2
I need to know,
hours arguing with Random 11.
Who's the
warned you,
insane
just-
person?
I
Who's
warned
the
you,
insane
this
person
conversation
here?
could take the whole
Is it the
podcast.
person? Is it the person who thinks that gay sex is the same thing as trap porn, or is?
I didn't say that. I don't agree with that analogy.
What's wrong about it though? It fits your definitions.
No, it doesn't. Not really.
All right.
So
We can-
okay, if we want to finish up this thing, basically that was the article that IGN put out, and if you go back to the tweet, they community noted the tweet, although the community note still didn't mention shit all about what the actual article was about.
Oxford
Whether or not you
definition
agree,
says isekai is a genre where a protagonist who is transported to or reincarnated in a different, strange, or unfamiliar world. Stan, what are your thoughts on this? Is the original usage of the word isekai synonymous or somewhat similar to the word fantasy in that it could apply?
that is
to
not
fantasy?
the argument at all. What the hell? That's not the argument.
I
God
still
damn it.
don't understand. Literally, you're saying fantasy in another
Yes.
world, not another world. Okay,
Yes.
great. Those fit under fantasy. But what you're
Yes.
actually saying here is that isekai is right here. That's what in another world means to you. I don't
Yes.
understand what you're trying to prove with your testicle albuginia cross section over here.
I don't know how this is hard for you to understand. There are fantasy stories that take place in another world, and there are fantasy stories that do not take place in another world. And so some of them are isekai and some of them are not isekai. Therefore, they're not synonymous. That has
So
never
how-
been the argument.
How fantastical is The Martian?
And I said earlier that there
Considering we
there
haven't
could
gotten
be-
a man on Mars, the entire thing is fantastical.
Yeah, I mean, and there's no atmosphere on Mars, or not enough to cause a big storm like that. So, that was ruled out as not scientifically possible. But anyway,
Alright.
so
I get it now. So what you're saying is isekai refers to any story that couldn't happen in real life.
no,
Yeah,
so
Dragon
you
Ball.
could-
Dragon Ball is a great
Hold on.
isekai, guys.
Dragon Ball is technically an isekai.
It would be.
Goku
It would
is
be.
a Saiyan.
It's not on
So
planet.
Astro Boy was the first isekai.
The first
I don't know.
anime was an isekai. Huh?
I never watched Astro Boy. But okay, so yes, I agree with you. You could take that in another world thing and move it half in and half out of fantasy. So there could be non-fantasy isekai movies potentially.
It's called
All right.
reverse isekai.
We're
What's
giving
reverse
Stan a
chapter?
headache apparently. But yeah, so fine, we could correct the little Gantt or what are these stupid things called?
Venn diagram.
Venn diagrams, yeah. We can update the Venn
Doesn't
diagram
even
so
know
that,
the name of his own damn diagram.
so that in another world could be half
Update
in
his
and half
cross sections was on practicals.
The saddest part about this is he believes he's making perfect sense.
Yeah.
You're the one that keeps changing the argument. Like, you
Random
don't get the
11,
argument.
I encourage you not to lose your current job and have to interview for a new job.
That was low. That was low.
Don't quit your
Low.
day job.
No, there's other meanings behind.
When
that.
they
That's
ask if you're a
low
good
blow.
communicator, I'm going, and you put me down as a reference, I'm going to share this podcast clip with them.
They're just gonna see that your reference is meaningless because you don't know
Have
what
you guys-
synonymous means.
Have you guys watched Sunny in Philadelphia? It's that meme where the guy's got all that like papers and strings put up with all the
Yeah, Pepe
conspiracy.
Sylvia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
It's a
all right.
conspiracy.
So go back to the tweet. Okay. Well, anyway, whatever.
Here's the tweet.
IGN put out the tweet, and no one, and that thing doesn't mean anything because they didn't actually understand what IGN was saying.
Okay. Let me burst
And
your bubble.
No one in the Twitter
Somebody at IGN
replies did either.
Isaiah Colbert
Mm-hmm.
thought to themselves, man, you know what would get us a ton of fucking hits and get IGN to start trending? If I tricked people into giving us engagement by making an article deliberately to bait people into commenting about how wrong I was. Because to get a question answered on the internet, you do not ask the question, you post the wrong answer. And then everybody's like, you fucking retard, right? And that got them article of the month and a temporary pay raise because they realize how to weaponize otaku in order to monetize them, right? That's what happened, okay? They drunkenly watched a Twitch streamer stream of consciousness set of tweets and thought, I bet I could weaponize this in my favor. And that's what we're experiencing.
Well, it worked, I guess.
Your own hands, Randy.
Let me show you this other article where IGN asked, is trap porn gay porn? All right. Now that we are almost 2 hours in, let's go right past our opening discussions.
Solo differences. Randy was wrong.
No.
All right. Let's talk about fans who are angry as Crunchyroll trades a Miku Expo hologram for flat screen TV. Fans are furious after the recent North American Miku Expo events featured the virtual diva Hatsune Miku on a flat screen TV instead of projected on glass to create a hologram effect, which has been done in the past. The entire North American Miku Expo, which is powered by Crunchyroll, quote unquote, has been blasted on Twitter. Instead of a full concert experience, the concert goers were treated to understocked merch vendors, expensive tickets, and most importantly, a flat screen TV where Miku would host her concert. Now, typically, the way that they typically do it is they have a piece of glass on stage and they project onto it. So it seems to the audience as though Hatsune Miku physically is taking up 3D form on stage. And historically, they've even used this technology so that live musicians can play alongside completely virtual musicians and walk around them and have it seem as though they are interacting with them live on stage. But what they're actually doing is walking around panes of glass that have projections put onto them that can be viewed from almost any angle. Okay? Now they're just like, fuck that. That's too hard. Let's do the DEI option of just shoving it on a goddamn screen. Right? So tickets for the upcoming Phoenix, Arizona concerts range from $55 to $215. Though, if it's another TV, then the general admission in the standing area are ironically going to have the best seats to actually see the concert. I think I skipped something. Yeah, the entire stage at one event was dedicated to a TV that looks absolutely tiny in comparison, and the live band providing the accompaniment for the vocals was relegated to a literal cage in the corner. Previously, Miku Expo featured the titular character appearing on stage as a hologram. Despite the technology being used as far back as 8 years ago, it seems Crunchyroll considers the technology as prohibitively expensive, or maybe they just don't think Miku's fans are worth it, based on the fact that the Vancouver concert reportedly only had 95 glow sticks stock. Holy fuck. We guess Crunchyroll was pessimistic about the turnout, or ill-prepared, or frankly both. For comparison, you can check out Miku as a hologram in the 2018 Los Angeles concert, which is the one we were just watching. For the time being, fans are considering their legal options as they feel they were lied to by event organizers. Yeah, it's as bad as the Willy Wonka experience.
Not as bad as that, no. But
Stan, in response to me asking about the Japanese word isekai, says this is giving me a headache. Look at what you've done, Ramblin'.
I read that like an hour ago.
Old man says, we have Hatsune Miku at home. Hatsune Miku at home is a flat screen.
Literally.
Concert goers report being told that they needed to get the specific event light stick or else it will reflect off the hologram. You got to be fucking kidding me? Despite there being no hologram, they were also blocked from reselling their tickets on Ticketmaster. To top it all off, the fact that a TV was being used instead of a hologram was allegedly kept a secret from the event goers until they arrived. And the TV is more likely to reflect the glow sticks than the hologram.
Yeah. The light sticks are also like expensive. They're like $60 or something.
So they're forcing you to buy them if you're going to use them. You can't bring your own, right? And they use, I think, museum glass for the holograms so that they don't reflect. Some attendees created a change.org petition in order to share their frustrations and collect evidence and firsthand accounts of the events. Show me on the doll where Hatsune Miku touched you. All right. Also, was this a week after?
Yeah,
Miku Expo? Coachella featured Hatsune Miku as well. Coachella fans crowded together to watch a hologram sing, and it never showed up because they used literally the same setup with the
slightly different. The band was able to get outside of the cages. They were standing.
I
beside
feel like
the
the reason they stuck them in the cages was they didn't want them walking around and upstaging Hatsune Miku, who was standing in one fucking place. I had an image originally. I guess maybe it was on a different article.
Just notably about this, apparently the word hologram was removed from the website after people complained, and so they're trying to like sweep that under the rug.
Oh man, if only Wayback Machine existed. Oh wait, it does. So our virtual pop star appeared at her live concerts in just 2D, and fans are throwing fits. So a spokesperson for Miku's creator, Krypton Future Media, told Business Insider that the LED screen technology will continue to be featured at shows across North America and Europe.
No question, no decision on Japan though. So
Yeah,
Japan might still get the.
You think this is a Japanese thing where they're like, yeah, if you want the real experience, you got to come to Japan and stimulate our economy.
So right? I was talking to someone that went to the Vancouver Expo, and they were saying that the band was like brand new. They're not the normal band that would play with Miku. That was specifically for this expo, and he said that Europe would get the original band, although by this statement here saying that the LED screen is also going to be in Europe, maybe the band will go to Europe. But he said also that Japan would keep the original band. So, and because this is the first year that Crunchyroll is doing it, it's possible that Crunchyroll paid Krypton Future Media to be able to put on the show as like an advertisement thing, because now everyone's saying, brought to you by Crunchyroll. And then, but as a result, they were also tasked with, well, now you got to put it on. We're not going to do it. Like, pay us money to use it, but you got to put it on. So that's why this switched to the LED. That's why the switch to the band. And in theory, they would have only bought rights in the West, and then Japan would still be run by Krypton Future. So there would be this dichotomy of two different types of Miku concerts in theory.
Well, this isn't a good sign, me owning this early. So real quick, this is what I was talking about with the gorillas thing. So they were on stage and they had like other entertainers moving around them and interacting effectively with them, singing with them and stuff. Anyway, and then coming back to this thing, it says here, quote, "We appreciate the fan feedback regarding Miku Expo's North America tour and will continue to refine our show experience with our audience in mind." Apparently not. All right. In live action news, unless there was any Hatsune Miku, no. Okay. Thus Spoke Rohan Kishibe is getting a new episode this May. So this didn't come out on disc in the West, right? The live action?
Not yet. Okay. It's been only on Amazon.
Well, hopefully they finish it before they start putting it on disc. Because that would suck ass to have them put out everything except for that one episode got. You know what I mean? Also, City Hunter live action film has a fucking trailer that makes it look even more hype. It's coming out this month.
Like 2 weeks.
On the 25th.
10
Thursday.
days.
That's cool. Can't wait.
Next Thursday.
Legitimately, we'll watch. And let's get into streaming.
Hold on. Reese, technically, next Thursday is the 18th, not the 25th.
This Thursday is the 18th.
No, it is literally the next Thursday, Reese.
No,
Come on.
This Thursday is the next coming Thursday.
Just for context. Just for context.
Next week is not this week.
I told this person at 2:00 in the morning, something will happen tomorrow, and then he freaked out that the next morning it happened, and he said, "Well, you said the tomorrow."
Yeah.
When you say
tomorrow means
say tomorrow in the middle of the night, it means after.
If you say tomorrow before midnight, it means the next day. If you say tomorrow after midnight, it means the next day.
Who's on first?
6 a.m. 6 a.m.
All right. 10 days. That was easy. Let's just say that. All right. So a Roku patent explores ways to show console players ads when games are paused. According to a newly filed patent, Roku is looking to inject more advertising into the user's feed during inactive periods. The patent in question is for HDMI customized ad insertion, which would detect a period of pause on the TV and basically hijack the screen to offer an advertisement. In theory, this could happen when a Blu-ray player or video game console is paused. Fucking imagine you're watching a movie and your girlfriend gets a phone call. Hold on, babe, let me pause it. It's like, are you losing your hair? Try this. Like, it's just like you're fucking trying to take a phone call and a goddamn advertisement starts playing when you try to make it quiet by fucking pausing it. Like, imagine that frustration.
In theory, that would be terrible, right? But also, they don't want you to throw the TV out. So I would imagine they'd be smart. And if they were to do it, it would be a silent ad. Just like if you currently have a Roku device and you pause something while you're watching Roku, like on the Roku device, after 10 minutes, it goes to like the Roku wallpaper screensaver, and on the side of the screensaver, it's a little ad that says this is an upcoming TV show on this streaming service, whatever.
Fuck, man. Imagine you're playing a video game where the pause button is how you look at the fucking map, and every goddamn time you try to look at the map, it starts playing a goddamn ad.
Again, if they start doing things where you throw the TV out, they're not sending ads to anyone, right?
Is Roku the TV?
Yes. They sell the Roku streaming stick, but they also sell TVs with the Roku streaming stick essentially built into the TV.
So you think that this would exclusively be for that?
For the TV.
For the actual TVs.
Yeah. If you buy a Roku TV.
I do think they would take the hit on the number of customers who would return the TV because they happen to play a video game that caused the stupid ad to disrupt their gameplay. I think that they would actually take that risk. I think they would.
Possibly. But just in a good world, it would be you'd hit pause on your video game, 5 minutes later, a screensaver comes up and you have a little ad on the side of the screensaver.
I have to stop to go take a leak or whatever, and the ad doesn't start playing because I fucking left, right? And then the ads get to play while I don't have to watch them. That's in a perfect world, you're right. That's how they should set it up. The patent does not make clear how long it would take before the advertisement is triggered, but there would then be, quote, an ad that is customized to the determined context and or content to be displayed on the display device. I fucking love it. You're playing a video game and you're super frustrated, so you pause it and you stand up, and it's an advertisement for like Game Genie.
Yeah.
You suck. I'm a strategy guy. Right?
No. You get up, you're frustrated. It's like, fuck this game. I don't want to keep beating me. And it's like, it comes on for an advertiser for male and hand fit. Do you have a tiny penis? Like, fuck you. I'm going to finish this fucking level. God damn you. Don't you dare call me that.
I'm trying to play Stellar Blade in peace. Stop making fun of my manhood. Essentially, this means the ads would even be tailored to the user. Exactly to what extent this would be done remains to be unseen. Video Games Chronicle speculates that someone playing EA Sports FC, whatever that is, could end up seeing advertisements for a particular upcoming soccer match. But it's also
Football
possible
club.
it would just
It
be
stands for football club.
something like a generic ad for PlayStation
It's
or
a
Xbox.
soccer game.
As we usually point out when it comes to this type of thing, just because a patent is filed by a company, it does not mean that it's something that's definitely going to happen. Companies are constantly patenting ideas that don't actually come to pass. Back in 2021, PlayStation filed for a patent that would allow household items like bananas to be used in place of controllers. Wow! The fact that no one is using bananas to play Helldivers 2 at the moment is evidence that some of these patents simply failed to come together. No, they're just preventing the competitors from using bananas to play Mario.
I mean, that's a legit strategy, right? Like, they thought of this idea, although I don't think it's really that original of an idea. Like I said,
that's a completely reasonable idea to think that people should be able to game with their bananas.
Yeah, no, I meant the wall. Like, basically, they're patenting the idea of a TV listening to the HDMI,
hijacking the pause button,
and making a glorified screensaver, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now, if anyone else tries to do that, they'll block that.
Honestly, if it were me, like it just seems so reasonable. You could have an entire industry for advertising where when you're playing a game, like for example, Grand Theft Auto, the actual billboards in the game, you could rent out that texture space.
Yeah, they do that already.
Yeah, you could rent that out to real companies to advertise shit in the game. Yeah, right?
They do that.
Like that should exist for, any game that, like you just let
they do that in TV too, not just
they do that in TV. They like Photoshop shit into the background.
Yeah, like
that's wild.
On hockey games, the billboard, like the whatever the boards around the hockey rink, they digitally impose ads on there all the time. But so yeah, the main thing though is that, like, they might not do this. If they do it, will they do it to the point where they're stupid about it? Now, this kind of came out right after some other Roku bad news where they were saying like they wanted to update their terms to force arbitration if you ever had an issue with them.
Mm-hmm.
And the people that bought the Roku TVs, I think they intended it to kind of work with the streaming stick where, like, okay, if you don't agree, we could just turn the streaming stick off. But because it was part of the TV, once you turn your TV on, it would ask you, like, accept the new terms. And you couldn't say no.
Mm-hmm.
And if you didn't say yes, you couldn't use your TV.
Have you seen
people aren't really happy with Roku right now. So then this came out and they're like, they think the worst of it, right?
Have you heard about the virtual product placement?
Okay.
Like they take older shows and they digitally insert
Seca Vista or whatever, right?
Cerveza Cristal.
Yeah. That's an example of that.
Yeah. So they take existing shows and they digitally insert stuff that oftentimes didn't even exist when the original episode was recorded. and they add the product placement in subtly so that you start seeing products you could go out and buy in a show that was from, 20 years ago, even,
Yeah,
So,
I
anyway.
haven't seen them do that for like TV shows, but yeah,
I'm
besides
having
Star
trouble
Wars.
finding the like I've seen examples of it from Seinfeld specifically. This article doesn't actually maybe it does if I were to actually pay for the thing, but anyway, but that's the thing. All right, let's just move on. We got too much to go. All right. Anyway, I don't think we need to read the rest of this. Do you guys?
No.
Cool. All right, moving on. All right, Marvel Animation's Brad Winderbaum rejects the claim that X-Men 97 showrunner Bo DeMaio was fired. Okay, so get this. Here's the thing. He claims it was a mutual parting of ways. That's it. That's the story, okay? DeMaio was fired, and he will no longer be promoting the show or moving forward with future seasons. That's what was previously reported. However, the firing came after DeMaio had reportedly completed writing the second season and was preparing a third season. I think that's it, right? All right. Unrelated, different topic here. X-Men 97 Morph voice actor confirms he's a radical queer activist and admits the show is trying to normalize disordered sexuality. Okay, that's a decidedly different take than Bounding into Comics, who wrote, X-Men 97 voice actor says series never explicitly refers to Morph as non-binary. It's not that it didn't exist. It was just in no way a mainstream term. So the argument that gets made is that despite purportedly being non-binary, Morph still exclusively refers to himself as male. The actor said that the production team declined to have him use they, them pronouns because it would have been historically inaccurate because where'd it go?
The show takes place in 97.
The show takes place in 97, and they said that the terms didn't exist. Yeah, so they said it would be historically inaccurate because nobody used those terms back then. Anyway, I'm just speeding us along this topic because I don't want to read it now because we wasted too much time talking about fantasy.
I warned you.
So in another take here, actually, if I had read that whole thing, the Morph voice actor guy says, this is also important. DeMaio had previously introduced Morph at San Diego Comic-Con, saying Morph decided to show a little bit of a different side to themselves this season. We're going to go with the changing look. So previously we had reported that it was the interpretation of the person interviewing in the article that covered it, where it had this image with all the like dots on them that corresponded to who they were, that it was outside the quotes.
Magazine.
Yeah, the Empire magazine one. That it was outside the quotes when they said that Morph was non-binary, right? But here it's saying that back in 2022, Bo DeMaio referred to Morph as themselves. And the idea was that because Morph is looking like a changeling instead of the humanoid form, which was in the other article I already closed. So anyway, so the voice actor goes on to say basically that he was comforted by the fact that so many people came to defend Morph being non-binary because like basically they're saying like, don't you know what X-Men is about and has always been about and all that stuff. So anyway, Giant Freaking Robot said people trying to claim X-Men 97 as a secret parable for their personal pet cause is really just taking the fun out of it. No, it isn't. That's all you. Leave it alone. Now, how do I get blocked between the time I put the doc together until now?
Could just
what
be
did
deleted.
I do?
Could be deleted, or the account's on protected mode.
Seems that way. You know what's really cool though? You know what's super amazingly, truly just the coolest thing ever? Is the fact that I archive shit. God. Anyway, back to this. Okay, so in reply to this tweet that says the fact that every marginalized person has heard some variant of this, which I will now play for you. If I could fucking find it, here it is.
Hurt my friends? Well, now you answer to me.
Humanity answers to no one.
Look how fucking terrible the CGI looks.
Know what I hate about your kind? You act like you got it so bad. Normal people have it hard too. Harder. We just have the dignity not to whine about it. You see? It's the whining. I hate your whining just as much as I hate you.
Anyway, so that's the context here. This seemingly trans individual says, hot take. If the X-Men existed, the left wouldn't call them victims or underdogs. They would bitch about mutant privilege and start calling regular people disabled and or marginalized. Mutants would be registered like guns while being constantly accused of hating humans. This other person replying to the same tweet says, the fandoms just keep getting worse and worse. It's not about you. It's about everyone who felt like an outcast or outsider. Stop trying to claim things from other people. Stop trying to make it where a white or straight person shouldn't enjoy X-Men. Hollywood director argues X-Men 97 chose to adapt the trial of Magneto in order to take a swing at the MAGA crowd. Don't you know, you dumb chuds, that we're making fun of you? Oh. Right, that's basically what he goes on to say here. So, again,
but what you scrolled past is like, it was basically an adaptation of the comic book. And that comic book came out way before MAGA.
Yes. So that he addresses this argument. Do you think the MAGA crowd has figured out that episode 2 of X-Men 97 is about them and the January 6th insurrection as yet, or nah? Some deeply stupid people in the comments. He's talking about you, Random 11. My favorites are, but it's based on this old issue of Uncanny X-Men. My guy, there's 60 plus years of stories they could have chosen to launch this new series with. Why this one right now? Anyway, there you go. He thinks you're an idiot, Random. Sorry. All right. So anyway, point is, all of this aside, the argument being made here is, or at least the argument I'm making here, is the constant division being pushed in media by people who have made it their entire identity, you know, that fictional people must represent their ideals, right? Here we have your fave is a Zionist. Magneto, a.k.a. Max Eisenhard, a.k.a. Eric Lenscher from Marvel Comics, is a Zionist and canonically lived in Israel. Magneto, of all people, would stand for the people of Palestine. Never speak on him ever again. Thank you. This is the world we live in now. Mutant supremacist terrorist that hates humans would side with people who want his Jewish side gone because I said so, Chud. Yeah.
Like Magneto in most of the depictions, definitely prior to the movies, has been like solidly villain status, and they're like, oh, but we like him now. It's like he should be on our side. So dumb.
Yeah, right. And it's incredible to me how often the left in particular is like they fangirl over the villains. Like they identify with and fantasize for the villains, you know? So this is just a rogue's ass appreciation thread. it really do be like that in the old series? Blu-ray when?
They retconned this relationship between Magneto and Rogue. I'm so pissed off about it.
Retconned?
Yeah.
Because he has sex with her?
Yeah. Literally.
So when you say they retconned, you mean that they made up a non-existent relationship?
Words. What I mean is that in the original show, they did not have a relationship. They never hinted at having a relationship. In the first episode that that Magneto was introduced, they literally didn't know who the fuck he was. And then now, yeah. And then,
are you fucking serious?
Yes.
Is it because he introduced himself as Eric Lencher instead of Magnus?
In the original show, he introduces himself as Magneto, and then they called him Magnus. His name was Magnus. Xavier is the one that's used that name. I don't think he used it, but anyway.
I remember being so goddamn confused when I rewatched it and be like, who the fuck is Magnus? Like, who's this guy?
So in the 97, in the first episode, I believe, maybe the second episode, they call him Eric, which is already like why, but then also Rogue goes up to him and like implies there was like a fling between them. And then so I'm thinking like, okay, like this show starts basically right after that, like the last episode of the original series. Like there isn't really a time gap, right? But I'm like, okay, well maybe they snuck in like a relationship that we didn't know about. Small spoiler for episode 5. No, they snuck this relationship in before Rogue even joined the X-Men. And so it literally in episode 5, she's like, they have to spend like 5 minutes of exposition saying, yeah, I actually met Magneto when I was younger, and he taught me the ways of the world, and we had a relationship, and I could touch him because he had magnetic powers, and I couldn't steal his powers, and so we had a relationship, but I didn't like him because he was tormented, and so I left him, and I agreed to never act like we knew each other ever, because it's like shitty retcon, right? So they have to explain why they didn't know each other.
So the reason I asked is because although it is a proper use of the term, retcon stands for retroactive continuity. So the question I was trying to zero in on, which you've answered, is when you say retcon, you mean that they made up the relationship out of whole cloth and implied that it occurred before the events of this series, meaning that it took place seemingly at a time that would have been part of or before the original series.
Yes.
Thank you. See, this is why being a good communicator can go on your resume, Random 11.
Jesus Christ.
Right before the podcast, Random was telling us about one time he interviewed for a place and apparently made it seem like he wasn't a good communicator. I don't know how anybody could have gotten that impression. All right. So anyway, so not only did they nerf her love life or retcon her love life, but they also nerfed her ass, as we've seen. And also, fuck her, god damn it, mother, goddamn, fuck you. Okay, Lady Phoenix, thank you. Yes, that person has protected their tweets. Fortunately, I am more powerful than their protection. One thing I fucking hated in the second episode of X-Men 97 was Rogue absorbing the Doctor's surgical skills, because that was never one of her powers in the original animation. That's some Neo bullshit added to her in the last 2 years, and it's utterly retarded.
I don't know if I agree with that take, but like she has absorbed people's memories before. I think he goes on, I think I read this before, and he goes on to say, like, in the comments, people are arguing with him that, like, well, she can't control what she takes, so like she could have taken like more of his personality and not just the skill, not specifically the skills to deliver a baby. And it's like, maybe, I guess. But they are kind of
How
stretching the
fucking
powers.
hard is it to deliver a baby?
Yeah, I know. It was a little weird. They are stretching the powers of X-Men though. Like Gambit, like energizing Wolverine's claws without Wolverine blowing up. Like that was never a power. So, I think that it wasn't like, yes, it was a stretch, or it could be a stretch, but I don't think it was that bad.
How hard do you think Gambit has to concentrate when masturbating to not eviscerate his own dick?
Well, he has perfect power over it, so he not very.
Do you think Gambit can control it to the point where when he busts, his spunk is exploding?
Yes.
Asking me important questions.
I mean, I'm not an X-Men
You
expert,
thought about that for a fraction of a second.
but yes, I think he could do that.
I've already war gamed this. He busts in midair.
Did take a lot of
blows
thought
up before it lands. No cleanup. He does the same thing when he takes a shit. Doesn't even have to wipe.
Brings him in and blowing up the toilet.
Wow. Okay. All right.
I'm glad you think of the important things.
Yeah. Last bit of news here. Marvel Studios wants to follow X-Men 97 with Spider-Man the Animated Series revival. So basically, again, it's a rumor. Somebody working on it was asked in an interview thing if they were interested in like revisiting things like Incredible Hulk, Iron Man, Fantastic Four, any of those. And basically they said, like, you know, while that might be cool, the kind of only hinted that maybe Spider-Man was kind of on the table.
They did put an Easter egg in the first episode. It was in the trailer too, where the newspaper flies across the screen.
And it says the Daily Bugle? Yeah,
it's the Daily Bugle. So,
wow. Does that make it an isekai?
No, because it's in New York.
Yeah, but the Daily Bugle is not a real newspaper. Sounds fantasy.
It's not real either.
Jesus
Christ!
How exactly is this different from Harry Potter?
Harry Potter, is it an isekai? Oh my fucking lord, man.
All right.
Well, no, technically Harry Potter is, because they go to the wizarding world.
Yeah, man, they go to Hogwarts.
Which is in London. It's just outside of London.
Hogwarts is in Upper England.
Well,
yeah,
whatever.
And what about
they get on a train
when they go through the
like
fucking train station platform and they run through the wall? How about that?
Yeah,
sounds like a portal to another world.
It's not another world. It's a hidden platform.
All right, so multiple profiles.
Can you prove it?
No,
I expect a full dissertation. Multiple profiles feature is coming to Crunchyroll later this month. So basically the same thing that Netflix already has. So now you can watch all your hentai on one and all your wholesome anime on the other.
I expect a price increase after that, but yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's been friggin' ever for them to have single accounts.
So this means you get to share accounts now, huh?
I already shared an account.
Oh.
And it's annoying because all of my watch history is like, did I watch this? I don't know.
Yeah. So Twitch targets butt streamers with a new policy banning intimate body parts. Now, look, I wouldn't consider myself a fan of eThoughts, but I have got to applaud their hustle because that's fucking hilarious. So my headphones are stuck underneath my chair armrest. So obviously they're wearing like green bicycle shorts that are super tight and they're doing a green screen key without lighting it well enough that it doesn't keep like the form of their ass. I mean, that's fucking funny, right? You have to applaud that hustle.
Improvise, adapt over time.
Oh, that's fucking good. Okay, so while Twitch is a streaming platform that got success and popularity with video games, over the years, many of its top streamers simply talk into a camera and or show off their body parts, especially if they're women. I wonder if a man could do this same thing, but they show their like bulge with it poorly keyed.
The cock cam.
Adult-focused female streamers on Twitch have tried skirting around the company's policy changes
No,
and
shorting around.
Well, in this case, yeah.
Well, it took you forever to get.
No, I legitimately thought I misread it. I had to go back. Skirting around the company's policy changes and ban on content that is too lewd, with the latest ban focused on booty streamers. No, not regular old strippers and cam girls. These are video game streamers projecting games they're playing onto their booty holes while talking about the game or whatever floats their boat. Or maybe we're seeing streamers like Morgpie. Or maybe we're not seeing streamers like Morgpie or Amaranth literally streaming Fortnite onto their buttholes, but rather superimpose shots of their butts, have the game green screened, while a front-face camera has them commenting like so. This new and popular way of skirting around Twitch's ban on adult content prompted a quick response from the platform, noting a new ban on this booty green screening is apparently coming this Friday. This is from a little while ago, March 28th. Quote, our community guidelines are designed to help make Twitch a welcoming place. Content on Twitch is always evolving, and we want to make sure our rules work as intended and keep up with the emerging behaviors. When needed, we make updates to our rules to capture those shifts in behavior, and so it's clear to the community what is allowed. It's amazing to me that Twitch is still not profitable. Like, for all they put up with and all the e-thoughts and all the grifts and all that, they're still not profitable. Is it just because there are so many people not making any money that use the platform? Is that why? Is that why they're
Gold
not?
doesn't do any ads. He's like one of the #1 Twitch people. So all of any streams constantly. So he's a big money sink for them. I think he calculated it out. I don't remember how much it was, but he calculated it out how much money it was costing them every year.
That's funny. Old man says, is Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man in the Spider-Man No Way Home movie in a reverse isekai?
No.
Yeah, let me ask you this.
He gets portaled to the same world.
If you go, are time travel movies isekai?
Could be. That's a soup versus salad debate. It could be, depending on how far away in time.
See, because Inuyasha is technically an isekai.
Well, I mean, so
right?
I mean that's a soup versus salad. So you could argue it's not, but you could argue it is.
You could argue anything the fuck you want. We clearly have shown that tonight with your babbling. Jesus. It's the Twitch metagame. Thoughts trying to find ways around the content restrictions. Jesus Christ. You could argue, you technically, one could make the argument. Fucking hell. That doesn't make you right.
The best meta was the clear chair meta.
Yeah. Twitch confirmed. I think that's coming up actually.
Oh, it's coming
Twitch
up.
Twitch confirmed on Friday, March 29th, content that focuses on intimate body parts for prolonged periods of time will not be allowed. Oh. Define prolonged. Long enough to get erect. They linked their community guidelines sheet, which has more information on what sexual content they do and do not allow. To be clear, Twitch as a platform has struggled for years on how to handle sexual or borderline sexual content. They've banned specific sexual acts or types of content or themes, only to repeal them later. They've also allowed more sexual content, only to ban more of it later too. The platform famously addressed the streamers that would stream nearly naked in a small bathing suit by saying they'd only allow them to stream like that from a swimming setting, like a pool. So many enterprising booty streamers and cam girls got inflatable hot tubs in their studio apartments to skirt around the new rules. And thus was born the glorious pools, hot tubs, and beaches category on Twitch, the video game streaming platform.
How do you use the same friggin' term 3 times in the same article?
Skirting?
Yeah, use a different term.
Since the new policy change was announced, the platform hasn't confirmed if they're going to allow booty green screen category. All right, so let's see what else I have here from... Yeah, who are you trying to fool, Twitch? Everyone knows the moment an e-girl breaks the rules, you'll either pretend you didn't see it or give them at most a 2-day suspension. Yeah, so apparently Morgpie also owns a boob shirt green screen. Anyway, then we also had this one. This is the clear chair meta.
Oh,
right.
I mean the censorship on the right makes sense. The censorship on the left makes it worse.
Yeah. So she's wearing like a thong bikini. Technically, the butthole and vagine is covered, but on Twitch, that was determined to not be okay, right? That they've banned the... So it's true. I imagine you guys aren't fully understanding this, audience. The camera is pointed up at a clear plastic chair that she's sitting on in order to get her ass and other parts on screen for some reason.
For some reason, like we all don't know the reason.
Anyway, so we've also got this. We can find out the reason right here. Researchers uncover pornification trend among female streamers on Twitch. Wow. Who could have done this? In a new study published in the journal Humanities and Social Sciences Communications, researchers investigated sexual content on Twitch TV, a live streaming giant with a global daily viewership of 3 million. Their analysis of approximately 2,000 live streams reveals a concerning trend. Women are more frequently and intensely self-sexualizing than men, hinting at a broader pattern of pornification in digital content to lure audiences. It's only the first paragraph. And the argument that they've made is that women are more frequently and intensely self-sexualizing than men. Could it perhaps be that there's no return on the investment for men versus women? Could that have something to do with it? Could it be that men and women are different? Holy shit. Studies on traditional media, such as TV and movies, have extensively documented the sexualization of women and its consequences. However, the interactive and user-driven nature of new digital platforms like Twitch present new dynamics that warrant exploration, especially as they become integral to daily entertainment and social interaction. Unlike traditional media, where portrayals of women are often controlled by external entities, platforms like Twitch allow individuals to curate their own online personas. This autonomy raises questions about the factors driving self-sexualization, including societal pressures, the pursuit of popularity, and the platform's economic incentives. Quote, this topic intrigued us due to the growing popularity of live streaming platforms like Twitch. Dear Lord, are you going to actually say anything of value? Or whereas sexualization arises in environments we wanted to explore as cultural significantly manifest based on the gender of the streamers. It's funny how, like, it's self-evident to all of us. But to the scientists, they're like, how could this be occurring at such a disproportional rate to the women who are exactly identical to men, right? Like, so they collected a sample of 1920 video clips from Twitch. These clips were selected based on their popularity within the most frequent categories of the platform. The sampling process was carried out from September to October 2022, focusing on the top videos within the video game and in real life categories, which were further broken down into subcategories like just chatting, ASMR, and pools, hot tubs, and beaches. I wonder how many men they found in it. It's just literally just Ricada in the hot tub.
How many time machines do they have though? That's the real question.
If a woman is playing Fortnite on her own asshole, is it an isekai? Is Magic School Bus an isekai?
It depends on how intensely you stare at it.
I'm in another world looking at this book. The researchers excluded videos where the streamer's image wasn't shown and those featuring non-real images such as cartoons or 3D human representations. Each live stream was then evaluated. Blah, 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 blah. The results showed a clear gender disparity in self-sexualization. While the platform boasted a larger number of male streamers overall, female streamers were found to engage in self-sexualization to a much greater extent and intensity. Only 2 male streamers out of the entire sample were categorized as hypersexual, compared to 389 female streamers. Similarly, only 5 male streamers out of the entire sample were categorized as sexual, compared to 190 female streamers. I'm okay with this gender difference.
Well, I mean, like, obviously, Twitch has set it up so that girls can sexualize themselves and guys can't, right? You have your cock flopping out there, like you're getting banned, right?
I think guys could sexualize themselves. I just don't think that there's a market for it on Twitch.
Okay, I'll rephrase. Women have more available options to do that.
Women have more body parts that can be sexualized.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They have more opportunity. If they have good tits, well, throw those.
You mean opportunity?
Opportunity. What? Guys basically have to have a 6-pack.
Opportunity.
The intersection of self-objectification with issues such as sexual exploitation and human trafficking underscores the urgent need for platforms. I'm not going to read any more of this. Water is goddamn wet, and we know it.
So are these thoughts.
All right, in other news, Johnny Somali attacked and arrested in Israel for disrespecting a female officer. Streamer Johnny Somali, who made himself known in Japan as a nuisance streamer, has taken his antics to Israel, where he was arrested and attacked for allegedly disrespecting an Israeli female officer. Seeing how Johnny Somali's time was likely done in Japan after numerous arrests, he appears to have gone to Israel to make more content for his live streams. The latest footage uploaded by the nuisance streamer shows himself being detained by the Israeli police after apparently disrespecting a female officer. Here are some videos showing his arrest. Okay. There's 3 videos here. I'm going to show you one of them. YouTube. These are the words of Johnny Somali, a upstanding African-American gentleman. I feel like that's all I need to say.
I'm from America. Don't touch me, bitch. Don't touch me, bitch. Don't touch me, bitch. I'm from America, bitch. Don't touch me. I'm from America, bitch. Don't touch me. I'll slap that ass. I'll grab it, too. Donald Trump told me grab it by the pussy. I'll grab that, too. Stop playing with me, bitch. I'll grab you. I'll grab it by the pussy right here, nigga. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, nigga. I'm a different type of journalist. I'm a different type of journalist. I'm a different type of journalist. Oh, shit, I'm a different type of journalist. I'm a nigga journalist. I'm nigga Don Lemon. I'm Don Lemon, but I'm not a faggot.
I just upholding free speech right there. Yeah, so I didn't really need to clarify that with anything else, right? Like, I just needed to let YouTube know he's African American, right? Anyway, those are the words of Johnny Somali, not myself. Given Israel's current state, 6 months into the war in Gaza, Johnny Somali's problematic live streams may have gotten him into more trouble than he's ever faced in Japan.
Just export him to the border. Let him go on his own.
Yeah. So they said here on Niche Gamer, they said Johnny Somali has been arrested and subsequently released after allegedly harassing a female officer in Israel. Seemed like there were multiple female officers that he was harassing, though. Johnny Somali posted a response on Twitter calling the news of his arrest fake news. He continues to try and explain that he was actually trying to bring peace to the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas. That's why he referred to Don Lemon in such a way. All right. Anyway, we're making up good time. Let's go into theater release news and then anime news. There may or may not, but very seriously are some articles that will require a baby on screen. Don't open out of order. All right. Let's go. Okay. Crunchyroll is going to bring Overlord, the Sacred Kingdom anime film, to theaters in North America and select international regions. Dates will be announced later. All right, cool. We'll keep you posted. All right. Anime brand Azuki and Dentsu are partnering on a 3-part anthology with Goro Taniguchi producing. Enter the Garden. It's an Azuki bean. The Waiting Man. Enter the Garden. Huh. Is that like one of the shorts is The Waiting Man and one of them is Enter the Garden? Because it's a
from the trailer, it looked like they were in the same.
Yeah, didn't it? It did seem like they were in the, and then they only really had the Enter the Garden as like text on screen. That seemed like that was okay. Junichi Yamamoto directs The Waiting Man. The cast includes these people. Is it called The Waiting Man or the fucking Enter the Garden? Holy shit.
Well,
okay.
maybe
okay,
the
okay,
anthology
okay.
is Enter the Garden, and that episode is The Waiting Man.
Yeah, so it seems like The Waiting Man, the one that these people are from, is the first one. And the next two, parts 2 and 3, will follow in the coming months. So they probably haven't announced and showed them yet. Okay, cool. We solved the mystery. All right, moving on. Yuru Camp Season 3 takes away Aoi Inuyama sex appeal. Let's practice our this is okay. I just need to practice the baby. Just need to practice getting that baby on screen. Whoa. Right over me. All right. The Yuru Camp anime recently kicked off season 3. Which takes the girls back to high school. But fans came across earlier artwork by Aoi Inuyama that showed a bit more sex appeal. So originally the character looked like this.
Not like that thumbnail?
No, the character looked like this. The character has boobs. Now the character has no boobs. The character previously had boobs that were heaving and held the whatever the ascot thing in play. Now gone. The image on the left shows an earlier design of Aoi Inuyama for Yuru Camp Season 3, and the right shows an updated cutout showing the design they ended up going with for the new season. Disgruntled users comment on the matter. But why? The feminists would make a fuss if they didn't. There's already plenty of fan art based on the earlier art. Well, that's a shame. Because of feminists! Anyway, so you guys remember how I said that, like, it's going to be easier for, like, the Western companies to, like, kind of swoop in and, like, take control? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and they've already been censoring stuff, you know, beforehand, like, in comparison to, like, the manga and stuff. There's shows where there's anime where the manga was more lewd and the anime comes out and it's more tame for a general audience. But yeah, this is definitely like the next level.
Old man says Amazon needs to be honest with themselves and just admit that they're in the porn business with Twitch.
Yeah. I agree, old man. No, I mean, like, but this is still concerning though. Like you said, it's just like them scooching their way in and getting, you know, making it more appropriate for
crybabies.
Yeah.
Jellyfish Can't Swim in the Night anime reveals 6 cast editions. At least they're look atable.
I maintain that pink one is a guy.
This one? Random 11 thinks this is a guy.
If anyone watches this show and can confirm, send updates to the comment section.
See, the problem is you'd still rather bang the guy if that was a guy than this woman.
That's an angry feminist right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that you like gay porn.
Oh my god.
All right. Viral Hit anime has this creditless opening, but I just want to point out the fact that Viral Hit is apparently going to have a fight in a Waffle House. I think that's what's happening here. All right, Family Boys Love anime Tadaima Okairi reveals a combined key visual. Okay, so look what kind of degeneracy we have in this Boys Love raising a baby story. Is that not only is it multiple couples, but one couple even includes twins in a polyamorous relationship. So now we're also injecting incest into the mix.
And apparently, so
BlackRock, get in there, fix it.
What you're not mentioning is the worst part. The two in the middle are both guys, but one can give birth, and gave birth to this kid.
Is that the story? Is this an M-preg?
Yeah, and they call them Omegas.
Oh! Right? So the real question is, which one is the dad in this scenario?
The one in the middle. I assume the one that's holding the kid in every situation
is the one who birthed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the question is, which one is the dad? Which of the twins is the dad?
Does it matter?
It kind of does.
They got the same DNA.
Yeah, literal. So, like, when you... Never mind, I won't Never mind, I won't. All right, Blue Archive, the animation reveals new trailer and character settings. I'm going to ask that you have the big baby ready in a minute. So this is a character, Sensei. Now, Blue Archive is based on a game series where you play as Sensei. And you don't actually ever see that character. So for the anime to show you what Sensei looks like is kind of a big deal, right? Now, can I get that baby on screen, please? Thank you. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Nice. Oh, come on.
Blue Archive animation reveals Sensei's appearance. Whoa, let's just like scroll it down to right there. I think that's the safest I can go. All right, you can Blue Archive Sensei. Reminder that all of these are in the doc, which you can find at ocapodcast.com/OCA-253. Yes, that's what we're on. Okay. Blue Archive Sensei is the player character and main protagonist who has never been shown in the game, but his appearance was finally revealed for Blue Archive the animation. Sensei's appearance was shown in several instances, such as drawings by Arona and silly illustrations by the developers. So this is what he previously looked like. Sensei. However, the first official appearance of Sensei was revealed for the first time during a special program for Blue Archive the animation. So you guys remember how we were looking at Your Fave is a Zionist?
Nope.
The Twitter account that was showing that Magneto is a Zionist who lives in Israel. Yeah. So there's another account here I saw. Your goat is valid, phobic, and proud. Sensei from Blue Archive is extremely LGBT phobic and extremely proud. So I had to look at this account to see if I could figure out if there was something to this, or if they would just say this about literally every character without giving you any meaning. And I found some things as I was looking through, right? So Vladimir Putin from Russia is LGBT phobic. We looked at that earlier in the podcast. That's true. It must be true. Sensei must be true, right? Oh, Sonichu is extremely transphobic and sure. Fuck.
I don't think that one's true.
I honestly, I don't know. Chris Chan could be self-hating. Who knows?
I don't think that one's true.
He despises the creator for sexualizing him. All right. Anyway, also in other news, Blue Archive's artist apologizes after being accused of using AI. A Blue Archive artist had to apologize after official art went up showing a character with 6 fingers, prompting users to accuse the artist of using AI tools on official artwork. Here's a look at the artwork that the official Blue Archive account has since corrected. Do you see the problem? It could happen
to anyone.
Do you see the problem?
Bottom left.
Yeah, this girl has 6 fingers. The better to tickle your prostate with. What?
The hand also looks jank as fuck.
It does look a little jank.
Like the middle finger in Fury is like way too out there.
You're gonna have to point that. I'm not sure what you mean by middle finger because
the one that's pointing more south.
Pointing south.
It's not really lined up very well.
Yeah. It's just dynamic. Don't you know anything?
Yeah, I don't think so.
This one definitely has a different gap between the finger than this one.
Yeah.
So many users were quick to point out that the character had 6 fingers in the illustration and demanded an explanation from the developers, who then provided the line art. The artist responsible for the illustration ended up going on Twitter to explain that the drawing wasn't made with AI and also shared an earlier draft of the illustration that showed the same character with 6 fingers. So,
zoom and enhance.
I just fucking... I gotta ask. Is it a greater likelihood that they didn't use AI if they physically drew all 6 fingers and then painstakingly colored in the entire drawing and somehow did not notice the mistake?
Sorry, what's the question?
Or is it more reasonable to think that they used a secondary AI to redraw the picture as a line art in order to try to convince us that they didn't use AI?
All right. Okay. So To have a secondary AI redraw the art from scratch from a prompt as line art, almost impossible. But to take the output
Mm-hmm.
and then run it, depending on your AI software, you can have you can play around with it and get the output like at the last second, just before it kind of like generates into a picture. And route it into a new AI and then do that. So that might be possible. But honestly, with the like the image being so small and like unless there's a higher quality version, more likely they just ran it through a Photoshop filter. Like you could do that in 2 seconds.
That's what I was gonna say. Like it seems like the most obvious output would be to take anything that is of a lightness of a certain degree or higher and make all of that white, right? And then like you can see in the image that they actually they left some of the shading lines in the background, but not the ones like on the people in terms of like their hair and stuff. And apparently they're pointing out, I guess, like problems with, I'm not sure what this problem is. I guess it's that looks weird to some people. They don't like one of the shapes of the, I don't know. I don't fucking know. For some reason he apologized, even though, I mean, I guess you apologized for the 6 fingers. That's the egregious thing you did. I don't know. Any other thoughts before I move on?
No.
Cool. I didn't think so.
I
We
mean-
talked about this briefly. Yes. You got in under the wire. Go ahead.
Generally, I would expect there to be more artifacts than just the 6 fingers if it was done by AI. So even though the line art doesn't really show enough proof for me with the tiny line art and crap, I'm looking at the image and I mean, the rest of the image doesn't seem to have the telltale signs of AI. So, you know, I think he might be telling the truth. He might have just fucked up.
I don't know.
When you're drawing things and you're like zoomed in and you know you're focused on the minute detail with like 400 zoom, you're not looking at the whole picture. It can be easy to
Honestly, he could have
sometimes
also
fuck up.
used paint chainer, like an AI to color in the line art.
It's possible, but like again, AI generally leaves scars, and it would be weird not to see those scars anywhere else in the picture. Anyway, I without further evidence, I don't think it's actually AI.
To be fair, it's understandable that the Blue Archive creators used a generic male character to represent their core audience in a game about collecting sexy waifus. Yeah, nobody's arguing that. But is he transphobic or LGBT phobic and proud? That's the question. Well, man, you're fixated on the wrong thing. All right, so we covered this a little bit last podcast, but only like sort of in a passing concept. Rent a Girlfriend creator plays with AI art. Fans conflicted. So Reiji Miyajima, the raging cuck of mangas, the creator of Rent a Girlfriend, recently posted a picture and stated they were enjoying playing with AI art. This, however, attracted critics of AI art as well as fans of his work to discuss the subject. In his tweet, Miyajima states that he trained an AI model off of his own drawings and got a cute output of Chizuru from Rent a Girlfriend.
See, this has the scars that I was telling you about. Like if you zoom in really close to the eyeballs,
like right here, like this weird shape that's occurring in her hair that doesn't seem to line up properly to her neck shape.
Yeah, definitely. Like definitely
like this
the
line
green
terminates here and this line terminates here in a weird.
Yeah, the green like coming up into her hair.
Into her hair as well. Yeah.
Yeah. That's definitely it. But definitely closer to her eyes. Like the eyelashes, you can definitely see like some color issues in the eyelashes. In the eyelids of the winking eye, you can see like some weird lines happening for no reason.
This is what the Ontario guy who's getting the penis and vagina surgery is going to end up looking like down there, just like a weird mess.
Yeah. So yeah, this one has the telltale signs of AI. I would believe this one, even though he admitted it.
The fan response has been largely supportive, though there have been some mixed reactions, ranging from polite suggestions that actual drawings from Miyajima are better to comments criticizing his use of the tool. See, the thing is, though, if I train an AI off of my own artwork, and then I use that AI to take a sketch to 50% there, and then I just clean up the areas that are wrong, like, there's nothing fucking wrong with that.
Okay, so I agree with you. However, I will say that when people say train your own AI with your own images, right? They generally mean take Stable Diffusion base version and then use it to train on a subset of images. In this
particular case, yes, he probably did that. He probably built a model based on work that he produced where it's built on top of the base everything thing that Stable Diffusion has. So it is technically taking some input from things that are not his. But I still don't fucking care. Even if you 100% used AI art that was trained on things that you did not create, I still see it as a tool. The same way as though a lot of people, like for example, in the manga world, they use Unreal Engine and 3D models to develop the backdrops for their manga because it's fucking faster than drawing it, right? Like the whole point of being creative is finding
some people
ways
just
to
take
achieve-
pictures and put a filter on it, right? So
And sometimes it looks awful. Sometimes you have Makoto Shinkai who makes like photos look painterly by literally just painting on top of them for any one of his things, right? And it's like, it doesn't matter how you achieve the output, as long as you are creating something that provides more beauty than the individual thing had on its own, that's art. You're an artist, right? Plenty of people will take they'll take a photo of something, they'll Photoshop it into the drawing they're doing, and then they will trace over that thing, like a gun, for example, which has complicated angles and difficult perspective and all those sorts of things. A lot of people, especially manga artists, will take photos of guns that they find on the internet, put them into their Photoshop document, and then they will draw on top of like the picture of a person holding a gun. They will draw the gun, and then they have the line art that looks super clean and use it in their drawing that they did the rest of the proportion for, or whatever, the body. So Old Man says, if artists train an AI to make art in their style, will their art ever improve, or will their style be stuck in a moment in time when they started using AI? It's not about using AI trained on their stuff to improve. It's about increasing the output. And so I would say, like, being an artist, there are stages to the work you're producing that take varying different amounts of time. Like rendering something takes a certain amount of time. Drafting it takes a certain amount of time. Coming up with the idea takes a certain amount of time. So in some cases, generative AI can improve your ability to come up with the idea of what you want to do because you can iterate things quickly, especially with the types of AI where as you draw a line, it's taking that line and trying to interpret it and generating an output. So the more details you add, the more the output is getting closer and closer to what you're envisioning. right? And so if you are trying to play around with some ideas that you're not sure are going to work, you could spend 40 seconds trying to see if you think something's going to work using an AI like that, instead of hours finding out, no, it's not going to work. You know what I mean? So it is a tool to increase the speed at which you can iterate ideas. And yes, there are going to be some people who have almost no artistic talent, who start to get a big head and think they're some fantastical artist, when in reality, AI is doing all of the heavy lifting, right? And yes, we are going to run into a world where AI is going to start creating all of the artwork because it does become easier. And then AI is going to continually get trained on artwork done by people using AI. And then we're going to end up in a world where everything looks the same. Or it's art with no soul, right? That will eventually become the reality, 100%. But it'll be the people who actually have artistic talent. Like, for example, a person who learned how to use Photoshop to do things. I probably deleted it already. Fuck, I did. So, like, for example, we did that one podcast where we talked about the Radio Shack thing, right? In fact, I'll just pull it up. Fuck it. We'll do it. Okay. Overlays. Thumbnails. Podcast. I'm going to say that was podcast. What would that be? And that was before. There it is. 199. Okay, so for this podcast, I photoshopped this 100% old school with Photoshop. Right? And so I went and I looked for a picture of a Japanese guy who had too much to drink and collapsed. The picture is him on a subway. I cut him like on the floor of a subway. I cut him out and put him on this backdrop, and the perspective is close enough that you can believably conceive that he's actually standing there or laying there, right? And like, so I built this utilizing the techniques of traditional Photoshop, right? Now, in Photoshop now, you can just select that area and type into the generative AI, drunken guy sleeping off, whatever, being drunk or whatever, right? And it will give you
fail, and it'll say we cannot apply that because
whatever. You could find a way to get it to do something. Maybe not in this particular case. It's too degenerate or whatever. But
that'll be what saves us from the AI takeover.
But the point is that actually, this is a great example. Let me just grab a different one here. All right. So the point is, when I made this one, I used generative AI to get Vic into an alleyway, or like make it look more like he's in an environment where him leaning over a table talking to a young fan appears more like he's actually soliciting this woman in the car. And the woman's face in the original stock image, she's just looking straight. I selected her face and I said, woman looking to the left, right? And I think I had to phrase it like imagining a tasty meal or something like that. And unfortunately, looking to the left was interpreted by Photoshop as screen left. So the first one I couldn't even use, right? I had to do it again looking to the right. And it took me a moment to get her looking generally in the direction of where Vic is, right? But I was able to put this together, and it's all of the heavy lifting was done with generative AI, right? But the point is that a person who exclusively uses generative AI is going to produce less. Like, they're not going to be able to utilize the traditional tools to get that extra step further than the people who are 100% just using, or than the people who learned to do this before the tools that were invented, the generative AI tools, right? So anyway, I think that's the world we're going to look at, is that we're going to see the art that still has meaning is going to be created by people who still have you are looking at the scrotum drawing. Yeah. That's a rib cage. That's a good episode. You guys should watch it. Episode 199. Anyway, these comments also transcend fan bases with the same range of opinions coming from both English speakers and Japanese speakers. We've covered AR, no niche game. I don't really care about this. They're gonna make their own argument for the same thing we've already talked about, I'm guessing. So, moving on. Guinness World Record names Jujutsu Kaisen as the most popular anime of the year. This is beating out Pokemon? What?
Like, I think Attack on Titan had the lot higher previously.
What? How is this? Mappa's adaptation beat out the likes of One Piece and other hit series. If big wins at Anime Awards weren't enough, now Guinness World Records is touting the success of Jujutsu Kaisen anime. Guinness is using data from Parrot Analytics to give Jujutsu Kaisen the distinction of most in-demand animated TV show, a title that has been in the hands of Attack on Titan since 2020. Those calculations aim to determine demand based on metrics like attention, engagement, desire, and viewership. What about thirst? Social media engagement ranges from likes and shares to related hashtags, and viewership is centered on downloads and streams. They also factor in research actions like looking a series up on sites such as IMDb. Actions like streaming carry more weight because of the effort required, apparently. But the bottom line is they deem Jujutsu Kaisen to be pretty darn popular. The One Piece anime was in the running too, but Jujutsu Kaisen hit a surge near the end of 2023 that carried it over the hump. It probably didn't hurt that the Shibuya incident arc was airing at the time. It was in December that the show hit a peak of 128 times the demand of the average show. And Parrot Analytics says 71.3% of viewers fall in the Gen Z 13 to 22 category. Well, that explains everything. Anyway, so that's the world record right there. All right, manga publisher Toe Books will begin releasing AI-translated manga. Manga publisher Toe Books announced they would be allowing customers to read manga in English shortly after the original Japanese release, thanks to AI translation. Toe Books publishes manga and light novels, including Ascendance of a Bookworm, The Weakest Tamer Began a Journey to Pick Up Trash, and more. This makes Toe Books the latest publisher to begin offering manga with an AI translation. Late last year, the official Ancient Magus Bride account announced the series would be simulpubbed in both English and Japanese using AI translation. The series is published by Bushiroad Works. AI translation allows Japanese publishers to handle their translations more easily in-house, avoiding Western localizers who may be more interested in altering or censoring the work than providing a faithful translation. Human translations will still be provided by English publishing partners such as Seven Seas Entertainment, J-Novel Club, and others. However, the AI option will allow for earlier reading of chapters on other sites. So you think that what they mean by that is that in order to increase the simulpub speed, they'll use AI, and then at a later date they will correct the AI translation with human supervised translations?
That's what it sounds like.
Toe Books makes no excuses that AI translation is imperfect. But then again, so is human translation. Makes no excuses that AI translation is imperfect. Seems like they should say they make no excuses or no claims that AI translation is perfect. Clarifies that note that with AI generated content, there may be errors in translation. The issues with AI translation are twofold. The first is the potential for poor quality translations. Critics feared that AI translations could miss nuance and context, especially in long manga where reference to older characters and concepts introduced could become obscured.
But AI, you can literally just tell it the context.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the stupid thing. You could just say, like, this is the name for whatever. Going forward, use this as the translation. Okay, translate everything. And it would fully know the context if you used well, it depends on the AI they're using. If they're using an LLM supported AI translation, then yeah, you can just add that context to it. So
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Probably me personally.
He told me that.
along with added speed, the AI sorry, the sorry. Yeah, so along with added speed, the AI is also cheaper, right? Like you don't have to pay for the rush job on the translation. And while they seem like they're going to offload the translation to a publishing house later on, the initial translation would be done by them. So they could also double sell the product, where they'll first sell it as like, okay, this is our version, but then also sell the published version later on, and you can buy that one too, right? I don't know if they're going to sell it twice or not, but in theory, they could. Why are we losing people?
I'm just letting green line in my uploads complete. There we go. Mine didn't, but green lines did. But now it's not again. All right. Where did I leave off on this? I assume water is wet. We all know all the things. You don't actually have to read the whole thing, right? I'm gonna enjoy reading about or hearing your take that I didn't hear because I was talking to my wife. Moving on.
It was just sitting and trying to think of something to say, but yeah.
Oh, great. Okay, wasting no more additional time after we first find out what this comment says. I don't even notice the drunk guy. Oh, okay, I already covered that. Cool. Thank you. All right. In similar news to the Guinness World Records, BAFTA, a BAFTA poll, bizarrely names Tomb Raider protagonist Lara Croft as the most iconic video game character of all time. Wow. I'm sorry, what? According to the results of a recent public poll conducted by the British Academy of Film and Television Arts, the most iconic video game character of all time is not Mario, Sonic the Hedgehog, or even Pac-Man, but rather the dual pistol-wielding protagonist of the Tomb Raider franchise, Lara Croft.
I think this is a fail in polling because I think more people know Pikachu.
I was just going to say
Croft.
Pikachu. It's like it's more popular than freaking Lara Croft.
The question is, did the person making the poll just forget to put Mario, Sonic, Pac-Man, and Pikachu in the poll? Like, did people scroll down and just say, fuck it, I just select one, Tomb Raider?
Like my mom doesn't know who Tomb Raider is or Lara Croft. My mom knows who Pikachu is. My grandmother knows who Pikachu is. It's not even close.
Yeah, he's in the Thanksgiving Day parade. Of course, your family knows.
Yeah, where's the Lara Croft balloon?
Yeah. Let me see. Let me see an inflatable Lara Croft with giant knockers.
I know this is shocking to you, but us Canadians don't actually have a Thanksgiving Day parade.
Believe it or not, you still know it exists. Just like how your family knows that Pikachu exists, despite being total squares.
We don't watch the Thanksgiving Day parade that you watch.
Does your grandmother watch Pokemon?
No, but she wouldn't have learned about.
There.
She wouldn't have learned about Pokemon from the Thanksgiving Day parade, is what I'm saying. Because we don't.
He was using the Thanksgiving Day parade as a metric of popularity.
Okay, moving on.
This guy who likes gay sex. Boys, these references are going to be so out of place in the clips without the context. Okay, buckle up, players, because the results of this poll are so utterly baffling that they may leave you questioning the very fabric of reality itself. Held by in promotion of their upcoming, maybe held in promotion of their upcoming 20th annual BAFTA Game Award ceremony. The poll in question collected its information via an open write-in submission from which allowed for any given respondent to answer with any character they could have possibly imagined. Okay. I'm trying to think about how you could possibly fuck up spelling Mario and Sonic. I can't imagine. Like, even Pikachu, I just can't imagine you actually misspelled it.
Yeah, in
polling,
I actually find it more likely that you would have misspelled Lara Croft as Laura Croft.
Right.
Like that is more fathomable. Yeah.
That's also like, well, would you like, someone might put Pokemon as the answer, and then does that get counted as Pikachu? Does it get thrown out? What happens?
It doesn't. Yeah, I guess thrown out because it's just the name of the series, and now it's just.
Yeah. So I want, but if you put Tomb Raider, would
that
get counted as Lara Croft, or would it be like, no, throw that out? It's the name of the franchise. See. So Doom Guy lost to Lara Croft. Master Chief lost to Lara Croft. Fucking Tony Hawk from Tony Hawk's Pro Skater lost to Lara Croft. Ultimately, collecting responses from roughly 4,000 players across the globe, the British charity organization found that, in order, the apparent top 20 most iconic video game characters of all time were found to be Nathan Drake from the Uncharted series, Ellie Williams from the Last of Us series, Kazuma Kiryu from the Yakuza series, Asterion from Baldur's Gate 3, Cloud Strife from Final Fantasy VII.
This
Crash
is a
Bandicoot.
huge sampling issue right here. There's
Crash
no way.
Bandicoot from the Crash
I
Bandicoot
believe
series.
Crash Bandicoot over Asterion.
Yeah, but like fucking Crash Bandicoot followed by Solid Snake, then followed by Steve from Minecraft, then followed by Pikachu, then followed by Arthur Morgan from Red Dead Redemption
2.
Like, who did they sample for this? Was this just like
fucking Baldur's Gate 3 is a new game.
That's what I'm saying. Asterion.
It's a
from
new
Baldur's
game. 2 different characters so far have come into this from fucking. The question needed to be who is the most recognizable, but instead they phrase it in such a way people are like, who's your favorite video game character? Oh, definitely Asterion. Right? Like Kratos from God of War, Master Chief. Link is number 7. Pac-Man beats Link. Sackboy from Little Big Planet beats Pac-Man. Sonic the Hedgehog beats Sackboy. Fucking Agent 47 from a Hitman. At least Mario's number 2, right? Oh my God. The top 20 should be 6 Mario characters in there. Like, come on. And then Lara Croft from Tomb Raider series. Did they accidentally title it Characters You Want to Bang from video games? Something like characters that awoken your young sexuality?
No, Mario would have been number 1 then.
Yeah, Wario. You mean Wario with the bubble butt. Did you notice Donkey Kong wasn't on the list? In recognition of her Player's Choice win, Lara Croft's original voice actress in the original series, Shelley Blonde, will make an appearance at the BAFTA Awards to accept the award on the heroine's behalf. She's gone from being very pointy and childlike in drawing to very filmic, Blonde told the BBC following Lara Croft's polling win. What is so iconic about Lara Croft is the fact that she is a female lead in a video game. Yup. She is all about girl power and female empowerment. She's at the forefront. She is what the adventure is. Mega Man wasn't on the list at all. Given that the number of players who actually responded to BAFTA's poll is but a small, infinitesimal fraction of the total video game playing population on the planet, it should be understood that these results are in no way representative of any actual cultural zeitgeist. However, that said, the poll's small sample size does nothing to change the fact that its results, as anyone with more than a passing knowledge of video games will know, are downright absurd. Lara Croft is undoubtedly an iconic character, but the most iconic? Agent 47 in the top 3? 2 characters from Baldur's Gate 3 make the list, but such legends as Mega Man, Donkey Kong, and the slime from Dragon Quest don't? Absolutely no mention of any King of Fighters or Street Fighter characters? All in all, the only real information that can be gleaned from this poll is that those individuals who replied to BAFTA's poll hold a very Western-centric and surface-level taste in video games. At current, the 20th annual BAFTA Game Awards is currently set to take place on April 11th. Oh, it must have passed. Wow. All right, so I want this to be fresh in your mind. Lara Croft has won the most iconic video game character of all time. Tomb Raider, Shadows of the Truth, a tabletop RPG guidebook, confirms Crystal Dynamics is working to apologize for the franchise's colonial origins. Hold on. Let me explain this a different way. British adventurer Lara Croft will transition, keyword here, from being a raider of tombs to a seeker of truth as Evil Hat Productions and Crystal Dynamics seek to redefine the Tomb Raider series in order to escape its colonial past. The colonial past is that she raids tombs, meaning she takes things that culturally do not belong to her. Savvy says, hold up, may I inquire if this is official language or not? Is this truly an attempt to rebrand an iconic character who in her current state as a Tomb Raider was voted in the West as a top character? If she is so loved, why did she need change? Motherfucker. Stabby, what an eloquent way of putting it. If she is so loved, why do you have to change her? But it gets fucking worse. Why? Why? What is it about tabletop games that require them to cater to disabled people, but also cater to them in this weird, bizarre way where they get to play as themselves instead of just, the fantasy of being whoever the fuck you want to be, your dark elf character or some shit, right? Also, the people working on it, who previously worked on Thirsty Sword Lesbians, yikes. They are Gay Spaceship GMs, and this Tumblr person, right? It's pretty obvious, right? I don't need to read this. I've been holding on to this for over a month at least. I'm glad we get to finally talk about it. So it says here, in the latest instance of the Western video game industry's incessant obsession with unnecessary virtue signaling, the guidebook for the Tomb Raider Shadows of Truth tabletop role-playing game has revealed that current franchise developer Crystal Dynamics is actively working to both apologize for and distance the action-adventure series from its colonialist roots. Developed by tabletop RPG production studio Evil Hat Productions, who readers may remember as the publisher behind the attention-desperate title Thirsty Sword Lesbians, Tomb Raider Shadows of Truth puts players in the role of a truth seeker, described in-game as, quote, contemporaries of Lara Croft who strive to reveal long-hidden knowledge and thwart those who would steal and exploit artifacts for their own gain. These are Lara Croft's homies. This is who she hangs out with when she's not, raiding tombs. As a truth seeker, players are tasked with exploring various locales and ruins in service of solving any number of ancient mysteries, the exact details of which are determined for each campaign by the Keeper of Truths, essentially the game's equivalent of a dungeon master. Unsurprisingly, in light of both the premise of its source franchise and the tabletop RPG itself, Tomb Raider Shadows of Truth requires players to raid various ruins and uncover the various clues and historical truths they contain therein. To this end, in an ostensible attempt to avoid their work of being problematic, Evil Hat Productions includes a disclaimer within the game's guidebook explaining to players that while the Tomb Raider franchise was based on the idea of being an archaeologist explorer, Crystal Dynamics had since moved to distance Lara Croft and her future adventures from their original concept. Headlined Raiding and Colonialism, the disclaimer, as discovered in an early playtest version of the game, says, what then is raiding, and how does it mirror colonial practices? Raiding, as depicted in the original Tomb Raider games and stories, involves going to ancient tombs and historical sites of different civilizations and acquiring artifacts. It operates on the assumption of finders keepers that grants raiders with the means and drive to claim ownership of artifacts, regardless of whether they have any historical or cultural claim to the treasure. Okay. 1 billion years go by. Everybody is dead. You're the last survivor on Earth. I'm sorry, I can't take these resources that would be valuable to me because I don't have cultural claim to them. What the shit? Name one culture that she took things from that didn't rightfully belong to whoever was brave enough to go get them. Is that not what's happening in Indiana Jones and Tomb Raider and all that?
I mean, the whole idea is stupid. The whole colonist shit.
Yeah.
All land has been taken from someone at some point, depending on how far back you want to go, right?
They're basically making the claim that what happens in Indiana Jones or Tomb Raider is actually equivalent to national treasure, where you steal the Declaration of Independence, right? That has cultural claim to the United States citizens. Like, that has historical value there. Nobody fucking gives a shit about the ceremonial dagger stuck in the bottom of a 300-foot drop in a goddamn Aztec pyramid. Nobody has claim to that, okay? If you fucking get down there, it's yours. Like, fucking get over yourself. Oh, you don't have the cultural claim. That's my great, potentially great grandfather's ceremonial dagger. Like,
twice removed.
Later games released in the franchise have started the work of addressing this by having Lara Croft acknowledge her past mistakes and try to understand and show respect for the cultures and communities she comes in contact with. I would lose my shit laughing if the franchise was originally created by Eidos Interactive, right? And then Crystal Dynamics gets it. The first game they make, you revisit every single level from the previous games, but
and
instead you put back the treasure instead of taking it. Like, it's literally the exact same game in reverse. Like, it just plays a Let's Play backwards. I just fucking... Who's this for? This is literally exactly what Disney did with Star Wars. You buy a franchise and turn around and say everything about it is problematic. Like, holy shit. What is the purpose of... You can make your own franchise, or you can spend out the ass to buy a franchise and try to turn it into something else. What is the fucking point of doing that if you buy a franchise for the fan base? That's the whole fucking point. You buy the franchise to continue it so that you can take advantage of the existing fan base, so you don't have to create a fan base. You have it built in. There's a certain degree. If you were to have bought this from Eidos Interactive, there is a certain degree of customers, no matter what you shit out, they're going to buy it. At least the first iteration of whatever you shit out. Because they're fans of the franchise. Therefore, the next one comes out, I'm all over that shit. Right? That's the point of buying a franchise. And it's not to fix its problematic origins. If you fucking hate it so much, why'd you buy it? So it says here that the later games released in the franchise, probably the ones from Crystal Dynamics, right, have started to work on addressing this by having Lara Croft acknowledge her past mistakes and try to understand and show respect for the cultures and communities she comes in contact with. She has also worked to reform raider culture. Imagine a Somali pirate. Brothers, we've been going about this all wrong. Like, drug dealers. Listen, everyone. This has actually been a bad thing. You know, like, what? She's worked to reform raider culture and raise the awareness of her peers. You know how you do that? You know how Indiana Jones could reform raider culture? By killing the competition when they show up at the same pyramid as him. There you go. Reforming raider culture by being the only one left, right? Lara no longer decorates her mantle with mythic artifacts. As a raider, she prioritizes seeking the truth. Much of this game is inspired by her humanity, struggle with heroism, and her tenacity. Okay. Where does she get her funding? I mean, it seems to me like part of what comes with being a adventuring archaeologist is the fact that you get things you can sell for loads of money to museums and shit or private collectors in order to fund your lifestyle of going into the next deep, dark tomb and stealing Pharaoh's underpants, right? We believe that all three aspects are an important component in creating a game that celebrates history and culture while acknowledging the respect and work required to live in a world wounded by colonialism. Colonialism is the best thing that has happened to most countries on the planet. I hate to say it. In this game, we seek to continue in that work alongside Crystal Dynamics by creating a sandbox for you to tell stories that address colonialist themes in play and create your own stories of respect and support for the people and cultures your seekers encounter. Holy fuck. Any thoughts?
I'm not going to be buying this.
No, nobody's going to buy this.
Yeah,
they aren't going to sell a single
soul.
copy. The only person who's going to buy this is the grandmother who walks into the bookstore and goes, Tomb Raider, my granddaughter loves that. And then Melanie Mac
That's the
goes,
thing we saw.
no!
That's the thing we saw in Thanksgiving Parade with the big boobies.
Yeah, it's like that. That's that movie starring Angelina Jolie that my late husband watched on repeat. Yeah, so Melanie Mack says the same people who pretend to care about women took one of the most globally recognized feminine icons who was rebellious and carved her own path against the norm and not only masculinized her, but also made her conform her problematic behavior to suit social expectations or societal expectations. So from this to this, she does kind of look like a man now. Not going to lie. I would not say she looked much better. She's got a hairline that is competing with mine own. Yikes. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry for I'm sorry to Melanie Mack for having grown up where the only female gaming icon was Lara Croft, and she looked like this, which everybody at the time thought was super high-tech, advanced, and the most gorgeous thing they'd ever seen grace the screen. And now, in retrospect, we can barf at ourselves. Anyway, in other news, unless you guys have anything to say about that.
I'm gonna have to say I gotta tap out.
Oh, you got
It's the same shit we've gone over. It's like people who really don't care or pretend to care about the property don't actually fucking care. They just want to steal somebody else's. So
I'm gonna say that there's no right stuff, so you need to click on right stuff. So
okay.
What was on last podcast? Right stuff. Out of curiosity.
Everything, because it's been 2 weeks.
There's a lot of stuff you can go back and rewatch it after you're done.
Fortunately, it's timestamped.
So I'm gonna dip out.
Cool.
I gotta be up early tomorrow.
All right, good night.
I guess I will take this opportunity to also dip out.
Wow, burn me hard.
I did tell you I had a 2:30 hard cutoff.
It's true. All right,
so
get the fuck out of here. All right, Green Line, let's do this.
Okay, I guess it's just you and me. Shit.
All right. Old man says, I Googled Lara Croft balloon and all I got were pictures of fat Tomb Raider. If the vote had been in the early 2000s, it could have easily been Lara Croft. Yeah, I agree. She was everywhere back then, even the movies with Angelina Jolie. Maybe they only asked PS1 gamers. Also, the prosthetic legs are for runners. Maybe the game should be rebranded as Tomb Runner. The writers had Lara Croft destroy an entire village in the last game. When she found out removing the artifact caused a flood and killed men, women, and children, she didn't care or want to help. She just wanted to go on to the next objective. The writing was awful. Wow. Sounds terrible. In other news, rumor, Dead Space 2 remake canceled. EA denies it ever existed. Well, that's wonderful. I just finished this fucking game. And it was a goddamn masterpiece in so many ways. There were some problems with it. It's funny, the moment where this occurs, this is when you go back to the morgue and the captain, or maybe this isn't that part. There's a part in the game where you have to go back to the morgue, and I went back there before triggering an event that was supposed to happen right before I went back there. And when I got there, there were a bunch of people floating in midair, like just at like hip height or a little higher, just floating, like kind of like moving around like they were in agony or something. And I had no idea what was going on until I went back to the place I started at, and I guess did one more thing that triggered me being told to go back to this morgue. And when I went back there, all of a sudden the hospital beds loaded and they weren't floating anymore because they were on the beds.
No.
And I was like, oh. Anyway, yeah. So they claim that the claim going around is that they are canceling the remake for Dead Space 2 because Dead Space 1's remake didn't do well enough. This particular scene got brought up by Foodnum when we were talking about it off podcast, because apparently in the original game, as this character gets infected and sort of like comes back to life, you can shoot at him in the process of transforming. And what they changed is that it's fucking breathtaking when it occurs because it's so seamless. And I'm not sure if it's happening in engine or not, but the fucking this is Captain Matthias or whatever his name is. He's like on the gurney or whatever in the medical bay or the morgue, and he gets like struck by one of the things that triggers the transformation, and he like falls onto you, and as he's falling onto you and you get knocked over like this, he starts to transform, and it is so goddamn smooth, him like turning from one model into the next and like the clothes ripping off. It is a fucking sight to watch it occur because it's so
the
smooth.
remake, or is this in the original?
In the remake, yeah, it looks so good.
Nice.
This particular scene right here, I really enjoyed it. It was exactly the kind of thing when I first got the PS5, and I was saying like, look, I haven't gamed in like 20 years. What have I missed? This right here was the experience I wanted, right?
Nice.
In the meantime, I've been playing BioShock. That's boring as shit. It could definitely be way better if they remade it for PS5, like from the ground up, and they like sort of took advantage of like modern, UI and everything. That could be a great game. But holy shit, am I not enjoying the actual like playing of it right now, like enough to not want to be playing something else. I recently started playing Resident Evil 0. I decided to play that one instead of Resident Evil 1 because when you put it in there, the combo pack, it has Resident Evil 0 on the left side of the screen, which tells me, like, when you start playing, that's where your cursor is. I'm like, okay, I'll play that first, even though it's a prequel. So you're supposed to play one and then that one to, like have the questions left from one get answered in the prequel. But I don't know. I'm enjoying the hell out of that. That game is really fun. Really well put together, and a good dynamic of playing as two different characters and swapping between them and controlling. You can actually control both characters simultaneously with the two joysticks. It's just a really well put together game. Anyway, so the reason that they're suggesting that Dead Space 2 remake got canceled is because the director for Dead Space 1's remake got pulled off of a project to work on different projects like Battlefield or something. And so they're suggesting, according to Jeff Grubb, EA Motive was working on a Dead Space 2 remake, which was in concept phase, but got canceled/shelved because of lackluster sales the first year. They're now working on Iron Man and Battlefield, referring to the director of them. So I don't know. I would really love it if they come back and remake 2 and 3, just simply because I don't think I'll ever get a chance to play them. Because I mean, I guess I've got a PS3 in here. I could theoretically get them and play it, and it would probably be a really worthwhile experience. But I I got other shit to play. Final Fantasy and all that. All right. Anyway, I won't waste our time on this. So let us choose a couple things to skip. Yeah, because Random 11 should be here for some of this. Okay, let's just jump right into the Gamergate stuff, which is going to be very short. Okay, Compulsion Games community manager Katie Robinson claims, "I hate gamers," after previously claiming white male gamers were a mistake. Sounds like a nice person.
Oh, it sounds like a racist person. But
that's what I meant. All right, so Robinson announced she was the community manager for Compulsion Games back in September of 2023. Quote, "I'm happy and proud to announce that I've joined the amazing team at Xbox's very own Compulsion Games as their new community manager." You don't seem that happy in that photo, at least.
Yeah, you seem really pissed, but then again, so do all these fucking people.
Yeah, should have a caption. "It's time to fuck shit up." For her post about gamers, she wrote back on February 14th, "Honestly, I hate gamers." The community manager...
I hate the people that I'm supposed to be selling to.
A common theme, right?
Buy my shit, please. I hate you, though.
The community manager at Compulsion Games, the studio that race swapped their main character after Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement, says she, quote, "hates gamers and says Asians are white adjacent." The post resurfaced after Mark Kern shared information he allegedly received from a former Compulsion Games developer that the company had changed the race of its main character for their upcoming South of Midnight game after it hired Sweet Baby Inc. as a consultant. So they're not kidding. This game takes place in the South. The main character of Hazel was swapped shortly after Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement from white to black. Right?
Correct. Because
it also comes in the wake of Compulsion Games supporting Crystal Dynamics' trigger warning for Tomb Raider 1 through 3 remastered. The trigger warning read, "The games in this collection contain offensive depictions of people and cultures rooted in racial and ethnic prejudices. These stereotypes are deeply harmful, inexcusable, and do not align with our values at Crystal Dynamics. Rather than removing this content, we have chosen to present it here in its original form, unaltered, in the hopes that we may acknowledge its harmful impact and learn from it." Okay.
Like,
so Compulsion Games
fucking history, that her people also had a history rooted in sexism and racism and
referring to who?
The person writing whatever the fuck this is.
So just so we're clear, this is Crystal Dynamics, the company that released the Tomb Raider thing. Yeah, we're getting to her thing. So, so this is the warning, the trigger warning that plays at the beginning when you load up the Tomb Raider 1 through 3 remastered collection. Okay. Now, Compulsion Games, which what's her name, Katie Robinson? Yeah, Katie Robinson presumably runs the account, right? They said in relation to this, right? They quote tweeted it and said, "Many video games are a product of the times they were created in. As we look to recreate and remaster these stories for modern audiences, it's important to consider the implications of these harmful portrayals and do our part to rewrite new history, not repeat it."
But in part of not repeating something, you have to make sure you have it written down in the first place.
Right. So we are rewriting.
Otherwise, you fail to learn
a history of racism.
You are doomed to repeat it. Isn't that a
by
phrase?
Perpetuating it, right? On top of all of this, back in 2022, in an interview, Robinson admitted to posting on social media, "White male gamers were a mistake." She told the outlet, quote, "You're not going to tickle some people's fancy being outspoken or tweeting things like I do when I say white male gamers were a mistake. I like to think that my kind of presence acts as a way to kind of show people like, hey, you can be outspoken, you can have a backbone and stand for something and still be successful. Another way to say that is you can advocate harmful, racist, bigoted positions and not get canceled so long as you're not white. While discussing Twitch's demographics, she detailed the streaming platform's demographics are, quote, really just a greater reflection of the society at large outside of gaming. I mean, we see who sits at the top of society in general. It's that, and also subconscious bias and subconscious racism. When people think about gaming, they have one image in mind, and it's probably some white guy. If somebody white says, I have this apprehension going to space where there's black people, that ends up being rooted in something more sinister. And that's when you have to take a look at yourself and ask yourself, why do you feel that way? Well, fuck, maybe they feel that way because people like you are so emboldened to say straight white male gamers were a mistake.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they don't feel safe. Like, what the fuck?
There was some guy in Germany who had the exact same thoughts about Jews and Jewish people, but yeah, I can't think of his name right now.
She also shared that one of her goals for the homepages of YouTube and Twitch is to have, quote, black folks who are queer, trans, brown, disabled, and not be outnumbered by cisgender white people, specifically white men. And not just during a specific Black History Month or Women's History Month, at any time of year. One of the reasons...
the days where, you know, you'd have a black character or disabled character or some other character, and it wasn't just a token add-on. Like, they're just like, hey, we need to have this. No, they had it in there because they thought it'd be fun. They're like, hey, let's throw this character in there. What are they going to be like? And it was their character that made them good, not the color of their skin. You know, not the fact that they were fucking
his name's
trans.
What's the character? Gizmo, I think his name is, from The Punisher.
I think so.
He's got like all the piercings, and he's like sort of like the guy in the van or whatever that sort of aids the Punisher. Like, that guy's wheelchair bound, right? And it's like, part of what makes him a good character is that he's the assist to the hero, but he's helping in a way, like, he can't do the same things the Punisher does, but he's able to help in spite of being crippled because he still brings value. He just chooses, he finds a way to do it. That doesn't require him to be running around. You know, it's like.
But nowadays we have to slap everything on as a token inclusion.
Yeah, and honestly, I have to wonder. Like, so I think about, like, for example, Mr. Beast being, you know, one of the top YouTubers, or like the guys from How Ridiculous, or any number of shows where white guys have gotten ahead, right? And I think I wonder if one of the reasons why white people end up being successful to some degree, maybe because since we don't have, like, let me put it this way. White people who are overtly aware and obsess over their own whiteness are fucking annoying to everybody.
Yeah.
Whether they're the kind who take out whips and like lash themselves over their whiteness, whether it's the kind that are neo-Nazis who like think of themselves as so great and whatever, like, everyone like that, universally despised for either being annoying or being repulsive and repugnant in their way of thinking, right? But I think about people like, for example, Mr. Beast, where it's like, the fact that he is white doesn't even cross his mind or anybody else's mind, unless you're a racist, right? Like this woman, right? And so I think that people whose identity is based on something as trivial as, you know, who they're attracted to sexually, or what color their skin is, or, you know, what parts they do or don't have, or whatever, like, universally anybody whose entire identity is based on a characteristic like that are annoying.
Yeah, I couldn't even be bothered to remember that I'm half Hispanic. I don't give a fuck that I'm half white and half
so
Hispanic. Like, who cares?
So I think the point is that I think that people who are white, for example, I mean, this applies to everybody, just so we're clear. But I think that I look at it from the perspective of people who are white have the benefit of not caring about skin color.
Yeah.
And the ones that do, again, are fucking annoying.
Yeah.
Whether you're apologizing constantly for your whiteness, or you're like high and mighty and bigoted over like being the master race or whatever, either way, it's fucking annoying. So I think that like people like Mr. Beast who are white end up becoming successful on YouTube because they are fixated exclusively on entertainment, creating videos that people like, or in Mr. Beast's case, fixating on what will keep people engaged, what makes people click on videos, like really figuring out the secrets to being successful. But I think that like there may be a disproportionate number of people who are successfully who are white, partially because they don't have a personality that's repulsive, because they aren't fixated on blaming every problem they have on racism or any number of other random things, you know. And any person whose entire identity is based on one of those types of characteristics, the only people you're going to have in your audience are the people who agree with your worldview of, you know, your blackness is the thing that defines you, and therefore the only people who are going to follow you
too. It's grandparents and like parents saying that you know, well, it's partly the color of your skin that's the problem, because it's this hereditary fucking idealistic idea rather that hasn't subsided from people's minds of just, well, it's not me, it's them. You know, it's the that's why this is, and it's not looking inward and saying, well, what can I do, you know, to improve myself? What can I do to entertain people? What can I do to make it a good game? Let's just say,
yeah,
you know,
no, totally. And I really think that the fixation is tearing culture apart. And this is like, I've been saying this since the podcast started. We exist in Tower of Babel 2.0. The internet has created a world where we are relearning the lessons of the original Tower of Babel. And people always get fixated on the way the lesson was learned, historically in the mythology of the Tower of Babel, rather than the lesson that was learned, right? In the story of the Tower of Babel, God struck everyone. So the concept of the Tower of Babel is that they built a tower where the Lord had...
I'm familiar.
I know, for the audience.
Okay.
The Lord had commanded mankind to disperse to every end of the earth and populate the earth, right? Instead, they started to build a tower. I mean, possibly not even that big, I don't know, but it was the biggest, tallest thing that had been constructed in human history up to that point. And everybody lived in the tower, and the idea was that they would get closer to God by getting, by building a tower that went up into the sky, right? Like a skyscraper, right? And so part of the lesson is the hubris of attempting to get closer to God, right? The other part of the lesson is the disobedience, right? And then the third part is putting everybody in one place means that they have to interact with each other, and not having the room to breathe, the room to grow into their own identity, the room to create their own subcultures and stuff, forces conflict, right? And so the way that in the Bible this was dealt with is that God struck the inhabitants of the tower with the inability to communicate with each other. Literally, in biblical mythology, this is the formation of language of where it starts to differ. Yeah. Where people who once all spoke a language that everybody understood now can different groups and sects within the tower are speaking different languages, and so they have to separate and go populate the earth in different areas with people who speak the same language as them because they couldn't understand each other anymore.
Right.
Now with the internet, what we're experiencing is a return to this, where now we're globally interconnected, right? We now have like this push for like globalization, diversity, the melting pot, which, in America is one thing because that's what we were meant to be. That's what our whole foundational idea is. All men are created equal. Bring us your poor, you're sick, right? You're all that. But outside of America, that experiment doesn't work, right? Like it works in America to varying degrees of success. It doesn't necessarily work outside of America. And all we end up doing, it's so funny. Like we're just talking about Tomb Raider and like, oh, she's stealing from tombs and she doesn't have any cultural inheritance to these artifacts. And
as opposed to the motherfucker, 6 feet under, who's like, but that's mine.
Yeah, but it's not even that. It's like what we're experiencing right now are all our cultures all over the world that are being dismantled and destroyed through reverse colonization, right? Like colonialism, right? Through the diversity sort of quota idea of, multicultural. That's the word I'm looking for. The multiculturalist idea of having multiple cultures exist in your, in Germany and France and in England, right? And destroying the existing culture that was there of, the Lederhosen and the different things that were developed that were uniquely part of that culture are getting stripped away by the multiculturalism, right? So the exact things that they're arguing against with the Tomb Raider thing, they themselves are advocating for in this multicultural championing that, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, when it comes to
diversity,
when it comes to Tower of Babel, like we are experiencing the hubris of getting closer to being God, right? Inventing new life, cloning, all the different things that we've done that are getting us the Higgs boson, the God particle, like the studying of things with the Large Hadron Collider, like all of these things are getting us closer to the point where we are flying so close to the sun, right? And then, of course, with multiculturalism, all these other things that we're attempting to do is creating an unstable environment that will have a similar effect to what occurred during the initial Tower of Babel in the Bible. The difference, of course, is that we don't have the ability to spread out throughout the earth and get away from each other and chill out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we now are going to be, I think of it kind of like you get one warning and then you get the punishment. You know what I mean? Like with your parents or your kids or whatever, you know? And so I feel like we are looking at, and I've been predicting this from the start of the podcast, World War III, right? Which I would argue we've been in since the podcast started. Just it's not been a hot war in the sense that China has done literally everything up until that thing you would say, oh yeah, that's war, but everything else they've been doing right up until that line and moving the line constantly as they do it, kind of thing. So anyway, definitely racism from Microsoft's official Compulsion Games community manager. But on top of that, Mark Kern also said community manager for Compulsion Games protected her account, but internet sleuths have found more of her openly racist tweets. Compulsion Games is working on South of Midnight, a Sweet Baby Inc. game that has taken no action and made no comment on this. Okay. So this is another one they said. I was wondering why I had so many mayo in my mentions, and apparently he found my tweet. Boo-hoo, cracker. I don't care.
Did she just describe
Crackers be gone. White
Okay.
people as mayo. Yeah.
Well, how racist can you? I thought she was mildly racist. She
Openly,
is like hot and spicy
outright.
racist.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, and there's a there's a name that we could call you that we don't. We have to say the letter or the first damn freaking name. We don't even bother to say the N-word.
We call you a nice lady.
Yeah, nice lady. Like, but the fact that she's openly calling us crackers is just like, wow, thanks. That's.
But see, and this is the kind of thing is like something that's worth remembering. The internet, Twitter is not real life.
Yeah.
And again, I have to remind people this so often. The ultimate purpose and effort and intention of the rhetoric and whatnot taken by these groups online is to demoralize you and make you feel as though you are the minority. The truth is, the vast majority of people you would meet in real life, if you sat them down and showed them her tweets, they would be repulsed by it. Even the people in the Black community.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'd love to see some Black people on YouTube look at what she said and been like, "Whoa."
So I this is another statement I've been echoing for years: is that the loudest voice is the one that you hear, and people who speak the loudest tend to also have the least amount of information. Right? The Dunning-Kruger effect states that there is a paradox, a bell curve, if you will, where people who know the least amount on a subject have the most confidence in arguing the topic, because things seem black and white when they're first presented to you. The more you start to understand the topic, the more nuanced you realize the topic is, the less confident you feel in arguing it, because you can't make the argument, random 11, that isekai means the same thing as fantasy. Well, I know he'll say that's not what he's saying, but the point is that because the topic is complicated, you lose your confidence in arguing it because it requires much more thought and reasoning than when it looked black and white.
Yeah.
And then once you have done all the logical conclusions and reasoning, your confidence returns to being high, because now you can argue it. You can articulate everything necessary in order to convey the points you want to make. It requires effort, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what ends up happening is that the people who speak the loudest are the ones that you hear. And because the people who, are the most bigoted tend to speak very loudly, you see them, and it makes it warps your perspective of those are a post that says something alarming gets attention. That attention algorithmically drives it to the top. More people see it. More people get outraged by it. Some people agree, maybe really agree, or just trolling agree with the point. And so when you look at it, you see the people who made their voice known, right? And so the more outrageous the claim, the more likely it is to elevate in algorithmically to grow into your attention.
Yeah.
Right. So where you notice it. And so therefore it creates a perception of the world that the majority of people think a certain way, when in actuality, more people than you might think actually agree with your way of thinking. But you would never know that because the algorithm is designed in such a way where the rage bait topic ends up getting most attention and therefore is fed back to you in a feedback loop.
For
right?
sure.
Now,
yeah, I don't disagree.
Mark Kern continues with update. More ex-developers come forth about Sweet Baby Inc. Project South of Midnight, by Compulsion Games. So this is a list of all the extra things. So the community manager is still protected after saying she hates gamers and has a problem with Asians and white people. 1 second. I'm going to. 1 second. I'm going to go to there.
Did you see my post in general in the Discord?
Let me check. Okay. In general?
Yeah, in the general chat in the OCA podcast Discord.
Yeah, let me pull it up. Yes. Pepe Sylvia. Anyway,
Yeah,
okay. Mirage, if you're still watching, check the Discord podcast guest channel. So the main character was swapped in order to better reflect a tale set in the Deep South after, I'm guessing that's Microsoft, which is Compulsion Games, right? It's a Xbox company, and Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement. Unless MS is a different, what do you call the narrative consulting company or whatever? The team that created their past let me start that over. The team that created their past celebrated title, We Happy Few, is mostly gone, meaning that at Compulsion Games, which previously made a game called We Happy Few that was a success, the team for that left. They left after being disillusioned about changes after the Xbox MS and SBI involvement, studio politics, and more. Less than 10% of the original We Happy Few team remains. Promotion of non-qualified staff to lead and management positions resulted in a mess of a project. No idea how to make a game. The dev team is almost entirely white and based in Montreal, Canada. Can you fucking imagine too? And many devs felt uncomfortable creating a game in the Deep South with so little experience in the area. SBI and a POC writer were brought on board to help with a more authentic perspective. The game-hating community manager, the one that we've been looking at, Pikachu Lida, is cited on one of the many incompetent staff promoted or hired into senior positions who does no actual work. A quick glance at the company page she manages, which is the @Compulsion Games Twitter handle, reveal virtually no info about the game and consist of endless retweets of DEI-related matters and promotions about other games and companies, including Crystal Dynamics with the Tomb Raider thing. Devs paint a picture of a passion project by the creative director who grew up in the South, gone awry after MS money, project in a poor state of development, good devs with good intentions being hamstrung by poor hires and promotions not based on merit. What does that sound like? And very poor community management. Quote, there are many good people there. My personal hope is that Compulsion Games turns this around, creates the beautiful fantasy story they intended. They should clean up staff and get a new community manager who actually loves their game and loves gamers. And they should fire Sweet Baby Inc. and let gamers know they did. There are many, many devs in the industry who are held hostage, silenced by a DEI culture of fear that prevents them from doing their job, or from DEI and ESG culture lowering quality and abandoning merit, causing many talented devs stuck without promotions or forced to leave, and causing projects to fail. This has to change to fix gaming. Anyway, this was the last really important thing from Gamergate that I felt like we should cover.
Okay.
Just because it's, another example of no, literally in this case, they actually did start with a white woman and make her black because of Sweet Baby Inc., right? Is the argument being made? And it's like all the thing. And at this point, I feel like we're actually just kind of, I feel like we're actually numb to it. You know what I mean? It's just been going on for so long that
100%.
That we're just kind of over it. We all knew this was happening. There's no saving gaming. Mark Kern is doing his damnedest to at least promote the ideas that would fix it.
It's not gaming, but I watched like that Superman show, The Adventures of Superman and Lois, where they turned Jimmy into a fucking black dude, and I'm like, oh, here I thought this was a new character, and it's fucking Jimmy Olsen. Of course, it fucking is.
Well, since you brought it up, just because this podcast was intended to be the way that I would get basically every goddamn tweet, or not tweet, but every tab that's fucking open, and close that shit. Here is a list, not even a full list, just a much more comprehensive one than we previously looked at, of characters who were race swapped from redhead to black.
Yep. And I think
Ginger
is
genocide.
Is he below Velma? Oh no, that's not Velma. That's oh gosh, I'm an idiot. That's April O'Neil. I think he's right below April O'Neil.
Yeah.
They made him black, and it's like, okay, I see how it is. Yeah, just that might be a different character, but my point still stands.
Yeah, I think that is a different character.
I'm very just numb to the idea now, where it's like when they turn a known redhead dude into they couldn't even bother to make a different character, name him like fucking Steve, and like, oh, this is Steve, a totally different character from Jimmy Olsen, and then introduce Jimmy Olsen later. Like what? Like the idea they can't even be bothered to make a new character.
Yeah, and this is the thing, is like, I think that this is the worst part about it is that the people who are doing this don't seem to understand that they are so mad at white culture, and yet they aren't capable, or at least they aren't trying to produce their own thing, right? Like, look at like Tyler Perry, for example, is a billionaire, and he makes movies that are exclusively valued as like something you're excited to go see or whatever in the black community. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I applaud the fact that he is able to produce things like that, right? But most of what is happening here, and I don't think there's a single person on this entire sheet who was turned black by a black person.
Yeah.
I would bet you every single one of these recasting decisions was made by a white person. And I think it is disgustingly racist, because once again, it is a effort. Like it's that soft bigotry of low expectations. Like,
I didn't even recognize. There's one from 101 Dalmatians. I didn't even recognize the character when I watched the film. The Cruella film. I didn't even recognize her. I was like, oh, that's a different character. And then the film ended, and I'm like, that's the same bitch from the movie. Holy shit! I didn't even realize it was the character.
Oh, hey,
because they had changed her.
Hello, buddy.
They had changed her so much. I just didn't realize it. I was like, oh,
yeah.
I didn't realize you were that character.
So I think that I just think that there is something truly horrifically wrong with this double standard, right? Because, for example,
this shit in reverse and people complain.
Exactly, right? And that's exactly what it is. Because and again, this is the whole thing about, like, the thing about multiculturalism is the only cultures being destroyed are the white cultures, right? Heimdall is a character from Norse mythology. It's practically the whitest culture that there is. All of the characters seemingly were transformed into a new race, right? I love Tadanobu Asano. I'm pretty sure he was a character in it, right?
I think
he because they've got like the white they've got the black girl.
Okay, I think I know.
They've
I
got
think I know
the
who you're
Asian
referring
guy.
to.
So
Yeah,
within the Hulk thing, the only character who gets to remain white is Loki, Thor, and Odin, pretty much, right? And it's like, I don't have any problem with the actors that are playing the characters, like what's his name?
Well, in the top row,
Why-
I didn't even notice, to be dreadfully honest with you, until like I think they announced the Little Mermaid or something, and then that's when I was like,
that's when
wait
it
a
really
minute.
started to click.
Yeah.
Like I felt like when it came to, and this is the thing about the concept of earned versus unearned, right? I feel like Zendaya pulls off being Mary Jane.
Yeah. 100%.
And I feel
didn't
I feel like the reason why is because they tastefully restructured the Spider-Man storyline because they literally had to legally, because of the Marvel and Disney versus Sony ownership or whatever, the Fox or whatever that was. It was Sony, yeah. So because of that, they couldn't tell the same story with so they kind of changed Aunt May, made her like a young hot aunt instead of you know what I mean? So I feel like they sort of earned it with her. I feel like she works well opposite why can't I not remember his name? Tom Holland. I'm still trying to remember. I cannot believe it. The actor who plays Heimdall, who they want, Idris Elba. Yeah. I don't dislike the guy at all. I don't have any. I don't have any issues with any of these people except for fucking. I don't even know if she's on here. Mindy Kaling is the only one that I legitimately just cannot stand. I don't even know if she's on here. I can't see her, but she's the Black Velma or whatever, Indian Velma or whatever. So anyway, but yeah, I don't have anything against these people, and again, I don't think any of these people or even a black person was in charge of the race swapping. I think that it was done by a white guy. Seems like you guys just had a podcast just yesterday. Yeah, that was on Tuesday, so it wasn't quite just yesterday, but yeah, we are attempting to catch up for the amount of articles needing to be gotten through. Why don't they adapt the African folklore? I always notice, and Zendaya is MJ, not Mary Jane. Oh, is she? I don't know. I didn't really watch more than just the one Spider-Man movie. In fact, yeah, I think I've only seen Civil War.
I think they established it in like the third film.
Oh, really?
Anyway, this one, that
regardless,
Mary Jane actually. So
something I was going to bring up. I was going to bring up the when we were talking about the X-Men 97, that if they do the Spider-Man 97, there's a strong likelihood that it will quickly become the Miles Morales show, right? Like, doesn't that seem very likely that they would specifically go for that just to be able to do that kind of thing? Anyway, so I think we'll just keep reiterating our points if we don't move on from here. So I'm going to throw this in.
Same shit constantly, you know.
So Vladimir Putin has ordered the Russian government to make their own video game console.
That's right. And like anybody's going to buy that shit.
So I was talking to Random 11 about this. I thought it was kind of funny. We defeated communism originally because American culture was just so fucking cool, right? Like we literally broadcast rock and roll music from a sub, right? And we broadcast it onto radio stations, right, in Russia, in order to get Russian people to hear rock and roll, and that like made them disassociate with communism, right? Like a taste of capitalism was all it took to sour communism for them, right? And I think it's really funny, like we literally defeated communism with rock and roll and American culture and Hollywood style things, right?
Yeah.
And so I find it really funny, this concept of what if Putin mandates that the Russian government develop a gaming console so that they can make games like Stellar Blade that are basically just the natural trajectory of where gaming would have gone if not for Me Too and feminism and all sorts of shit injected into video games and DEI, and you just focused on, with modern technology, creating the shit we all fucking wanted, and they defeat communism in the West by making games and shit that people in the West want to play.
Yeah.
And so we reject the Western communism,
Well, I find it funny because instead of a space race, now it's a game race. Now they're like, we have to make the best console ever.
The Cool 2T said they could just take a PC off the shelf and call it a console. It's not the 80s or 90s anymore. Could current year culture defeat communists? No. No. In fact, current year socialism, communism would be seen as degenerate and rejected, I think, by Soviet communists. Anyway, so Russian President Vladimir Putin has ordered their government to look into developing a video game console after Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo no longer sell products in their country. The new edict comes from the Kremlin's official website, pushing the government to look into producing not only home video game consoles, but also portable game consoles. I bet you, because like Random Love and I were talking about the fact that Chinese consoles that were invented because they didn't have the N64. So like they made consoles to be able to play N64 games in China. I bet you that this Russian console might be able to play PlayStation 5 and Xbox and Switch games or something,
Right.
The new edict comes from the Kremlin's official website. All right, they're going to look into not only producing home video consoles, but also portable game consoles. So Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said the president's order to make a domestically produced video game console is aimed at bolstering Russia's native game industry talent. Back in February 2022, Russia invaded regions of the Ukraine. This led to lots of sanctions from Western nations, pay processors cutting Russia off, and the aforementioned major game companies, Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo, halting all sales in the region. The new order from Putin came after a meeting on the socio-economic development of the Kaliningrad region, where the Russian leader also called their government to look into developing their own operating system and a cloud system to deliver games and programs to users. So basically Steam, they're going to invent Russian Steam. It's regular Steam, but instead of water creating the steam, it's vodka. So the Russian Prime Minister Mikhail Mishustin has been selected as the person responsible for overseeing this new project, and a deadline has been set for June 15th, 2024. Fuck, that's we're going to cover that this year. Nice. A creation for the actual game console is planned for sometime in 2026 to 2027, though. Oh, bummer. Back in February, the Organization for Developing the Video Game Industry presented a 5-year roadmap to the Russian government that focused on an 83-point program for making video games in Russia. The RVI said this year it plans to reestablish relations with various organizations and funds from the international gaming space that have ties to Russia, as well as establish ways to consistently support games made in Russia. Cool 2T, do you want to join the show? Alternative, where are we? We're here. Oh, okay. Plus, with the CHIPS Act, China will be able to supply Russia with all the processors they need in the near future. Yeah, there you go. The real reason, like, China never makes a move on Taiwan, but Russia does. Like, all right. So let's go into. Motherfucker! I gotta push so much shit off because Randall is not here. God damn it! All right.
And there's nothing new.
Okay.
Oh,
so there is nothing new. Mashal.
I haven't seen that.
Aniplex. Fuck. My wife was just begging me to watch the show.
We're fucked. No.
Seems to me like she just greenlit that price.
Damn.
Anyway, I'll just put this over here and check out off screen. Anyway, so yeah, there's nothing new in Rightstuf news. But a $35,000 anime collection demolished by a 9-year-old child. This is my nightmare. James Rolfe once made a video where he talked about a VHS tape that his daughter had destroyed. And I was like, kids are not allowed in my space. Like,
yeah. 100%.
Yeah, so a heartbreaking incident shook the anime collector community when an avid collector returned home to discover their beloved anime collection in ruins. The damage was extensive, with the wrecked figurines, DVDs, and comics amounting to a staggering value of $35,000. This value was calculated at the time of the incident. Today, this is worth an estimated $27,500. What? Oh no. Is it because the value of the yen has gone down? This heart-wrenching incident circulated on the internet intermittently since November 2013, resurfaced recently, reminding collectors of the fragility of their prized possessions. One Reddit user said they would never collect anything ever again if it were to happen to them. That sounds like me. That sounds like something I said on an early anime collector video.
Yeah.
If I lost everything in a fire, I don't think I would start collecting again. The devastating scene caught on video showcased limited edition Gundam comics, DVDs, and action figures across the floor.
Oh, there's an angel woman. Why?
Yeah.
See that? I don't get that. I get that there's certain things that kids would want to play with, but DVDs and shit like that too. It's like what?
Well, I think they just like went. It doesn't look like they played with this stuff. It looks like they literally just threw a tantrum and threw shit all over the ground. Gundam, a Japanese science fiction and military franchise renowned for its large robot icons, features buildable action figures. Their price goes to upwards of $500 online, making them highly coveted by collectors. Many online users wondered how this catastrophe could happen, as the Gundam connoisseur who shared the video was away from home at a grandmother's funeral. Fuck. Can you imagine going to your grandmother's funeral and it's not the worst thing that happened to you that day?
Oh, yeah.
It was later revealed that his relatives were staying at his house overnight for the duration of the funeral, as well as his 9-year-old nephew. The child was able to break into the Japanese man's locked room and wreak havoc upon all 45 comics, 41 limited edition action figures, 38 figurines, 33 CDs, 9 sets of DVDs, and a computer setup that he had owned. I couldn't help but kneel on the floor. I burst into tears seeing my Legends of the Galactic Heroes Blu-ray box got ruined. I would absolutely murder that 9-year-old. Oh no. The Blu-ray box he's referring to is an exclusive Blu-ray disc that can cost up to $300 or more on eBay. Fucking welcome to the club, Legend of Galactic Heroes. $300 is a goddamn steal. Rather than giving up, the collector decided to calculate the total cost of the damages. The final tally amounted to a staggering 4 million yen, equivalent to $35,982. Initially met with sincere apologies from the mother, the situation took an unexpected turn when the collector demanded repayment for the destruction. The mother's tone quickly shifted, and she threatened to sue for fraud. She exclaimed, "Where did you get all the money to pay for the collection?" dismissing the severity of the incident. She asserted that it was just a case of a naughty child's mischief. She adamantly questioned the legitimacy of the demanded sum. However, the husband intervened, stating, "If I destroyed your bags and shoes right now, you would be mad too." Stupid bitch, shut up. You don't know a man's pain.
Yeah. So he broke into the room that was locked. Supposedly, right? It was locked. And I don't understand. Like, this is in Japan too. I thought this was like
could have been a shoji screen.
Right. I thought this was in like Europe or the United States, but you think they would know more about like what
Oh my
fucking
god.
Gundams cost and
Yeah.
shit. Like, you know.
Well, it's not only that, it's that most of these were limited editions. So like in order to obtain it again, you have to pay a premium. Right?
Yeah.
So like possibly the cost of this maybe was 10 grand, but the value is inflated to almost 40, you know?
Well, yeah, especially when you pre-order and you get it. Like there's some figures that I have that are like, you know, worth a lot of money because I was able to get them when they were cheap.
Imagine the OCA podcast replacing a white host with a black viewer on the stream where they covered the race swaps in media.
Damn, we should have called Rekka.
Cool
Like, hey.
QT, are you a black viewer that wants to join the stream? Because I could be tempted to throw the link at you if you want. I find it hard to believe there wasn't an adult encouraging that destruction. Someone jealous of how much money he spent on his collection, right? Or maybe an adult did it and blamed it on the child. I back up my collection so I won't rebuy anything I lost, but I might keep getting the new stuff. Fuck, man. No, like the point of the collection is the presence it takes in your room, right? It's like getting to go through the entire library of everything that you've spent literally decades collecting and being able to experience. Like I am jonesing for it. Like the podcast is soon going to eclipse the spot where I have spent more time without a collection than with it since starting the podcast, if we haven't already reached that point. I know we've done more podcasts without my collection behind me than with, which I find fucking baffling. But originally, we started the podcast with doing it every other week. So I think more time has passed that I did have a collection behind me than don't. But
yeah,
episode-wise, it's been without, right? So I'm really hoping in the next couple of years to really, you know, get some new living arrangements set up where I can get my shit out of storage and breathe again. Because quite frankly, the stuff that I keep buying is going to be a bitch to put into alphabetical order when I put the collection back. So I did come up with an idea actually when I was moving back away from Arizona, or actually no, it was when I was moving to Arizona. Let me tell you guys a quick little lore story. Let me finish this. I'll come back to that. Hold on. RIP to all the figures and posters. It was a methodical destruction. I bet even the PC was a 4090. Duh, she must pay for her child's mischief. The mother is the one who broke the door and let the child in, then directed what was to be destroyed. You're really fixated on that. Women, it just toys. Stop whining. I bet it was the mother who orchestrated the whole thing. I think so. I think if anything, it was probably the mother based on how the reaction was. I could easily imagine my aunt doing something like that. She was incredibly controlling and got very angry when she didn't get her way. Yep. Bitches be crazy. Okay, so let me finish reading this real quick, and then I want to tell you guys a quick story. Fortunately, the ordeal was solved when the couple's parents saw videos depicting the aftermath caused by the poorly behaved grandchild. So they fucking had it? Wait, no, the aftermath. Okay. Depicting the aftermath. Okay. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they agreed to pay a total of 4 million yen to the Japanese man. Is that how much he asked for? Yeah, 4 million. Cool. The young boy was subsequently killed. No, disciplined. He faced restrictions from participating in celebratory events such as birthdays and Christmas and had no more privileges of receiving presents or money. Although the collector was able to get the money he spent on his prized possessions back, the hard work of sourcing and finding the limited items could never be repaid. Greenline, do you have any stories about losing something or damaging something in your collection that might take 2 minutes to tell?
Yeah, I've got. Okay. I lived in a town called
I would
Paradise,
love it if
California.
you would tell that story while I step out of the room for a second to go to the bathroom. I will be right back, but I want to give you something to talk about as I leave. I will be right back.
So,
go ahead.
I used to live in Paradise, California. Paradise ended up, ended up in a massive fire because, California. So I thought, no big deal. The house will still be there when I get back. But I was able to, just in case it did come back, I was like, you know what? Just in case it doesn't come back, I'll grab a few. And I ended up grabbing Fairy Tail because Fairy Tail was like the first long-running shonen that I had ever collected. Because long-running shonen are a bitch to collect. Like these long-running shows that have multiple parts. And sure enough, yeah, it's burned to the ground. Nothing's left. And I'm like, well, I still have Fairy Tail. Despite the fact that I had that though, I still felt pretty fucking bad. Like Brad said, I may have given up if there wasn't like relief money to kind of help offset that. So there was some relief money that after buying appliances and other crap, I was able to basically, with a new job too at the time, recoup the losses and get an even bigger collection that's like twice the size now as the one I had previously, which includes figures. God, I need to get rid of the figures, but it's got to be at least twice the size. Now, the one thing that I did lose that I'm really miffed about is Case Closed. Because did I have all the movies? I think I had most of the movies and the show. And I had to go on eBay and buy bootlegs of Case Closed to recoup recoup that loss. Unfortunately, I'm not going to spend like hundreds of dollars on Case Closed. I thought about it though, and I'm still thinking about it. Because apparently there's like box sets that I can get for a Case Closed. That'd be pretty cool. But did I lose anything else? Yeah, I mean I lost like yearbooks and stuff like that, like sentimental crap too. I lost, which sucks. So, yeah, that's bad. I'm sure I could reorder them again though through websites and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, it sucked, but you kind of get over it. I took this opportunity to make the collection better. That is one thing where it's like, because it was so kind of small, I was able to recoup the losses and make an even better collection in the process. But
Woo! Sorry to make you do the old dreaded "I'm alone on stream."
I tried.
I can't wait to hear your
but...
story later when I rewatch the podcast. So I want to tell you guys a quick story about when I moved to Arizona. Let's see, that was in 2014. So let me sort this by year. 2014. No, 2015. Yeah, that must have been 2015. Right? Yeah. Where is it? Oh, son of a bitch. Hold on. Can I just select videos? There we go. I'm trying to... It'll make sense when I show it to you. God damn it, we've done too many podcasts. All right. I am down to 166, 157, 145. Almost there. 97, 91, 85, 79. Here it is. Okay, I found it. Literally the first video on here. Okay, let me show you something. This is a post on the Anime Collector Facebook page. I posted this October 7th, 2016. Okay?
Oh, okay.
This is a time lapse of me arriving in Arizona and setting my collection back up. Okay. Right.
Is that the
So
Rekka 7 poster? Like, damn, that thing's huge.
yeah, I picked that up. I think in Anime Expo 2007.
Okay.
Yeah,
Dang.
it's signed.
Oh, dang. Oh, wow. You got it signed by the.
No, I didn't get
creators or
it.
voice
It was handed out.
Oh, okay.
I was at a place where like they had the entire, like it was legitimately signed, not printed, right? Signed. And they handed it out at the booth. Like the people were there. I don't know if they were there when I was there, but like they had signed a bunch of them and like sign it, pass it down, sign it, pass it down.
Okay.
Kind of thing.
Was it the creators of the show or was the voice actors?
I think it's the voice actors. I'm not sure. I have to look at it again. I have it still. It might even be in there. It's probably in the storage unit. But
okay.
So I filmed this with the camera, and this is filmed at normal speed, and then I sped it up later. Right. There's a part in here where you can see another camera right here. It's really hard to tell. It's so low resolution. There we go. You can see this other camera here, right? So when I was moving to Arizona, I decided to time lapse the entire process of packing everything up, right? And so what I did was I left the camera exactly where I normally have it for when I did reviews and tip videos and stuff. And I just recorded the whole thing, right? And while I was putting my stuff away, I had this idea where for a tip video, right? Where occasionally when you're grabbing stuff, you'll be putting stuff away and realize much later, like 4 boxes later, that actually there was an item like right here that you can't see that you left out. And I was like, fuck, like it's such a pain in the ass to find that. So
because when you and I'm sure you've had this happen because you have everything in alphabetical order when you buy something new and you have to shift everything over to
literally, if you buy an anime that starts with the letter A and it displaces one DVD from this shelf over to this one, by the time you get to the end, you could be moving entire shelves worth over because that one DVD getting pushed over. Oh, now this box set doesn't fit here. Move that to the next shelf. Now that box set doesn't fit here. Move that to the next shelf. And then it just keeps going until you have like entire shelves worth that you're moving at once. It is a disaster. So I had this idea when I was filming. And by the way, while I'm filming, I'm using the camera that I normally shoot with, right, for the time lapse. So I can't stop and just record the video because then it would fuck up the time lapse. So I had this genius idea. This black camera here, for some reason, I had this bright idea to buy a second camera after I started the channel. And the second camera I bought off eBay, and it was one of those things where this was during the time when eBay had, like, you know how Twitch has their meta, the most effective, what do they call it? Tactical approach. I think that's what they say meta stands for, most effective tactical approach. eBay had that for a while where they would undercut the cost of something just fucking absurd so that you'd be like, oh, fuck. It's only $3. Buy it now. $3 shipping, $105. You know, God damn it, right? No. So I bought this camera from Australia, right? And it arrived, and it came with all the charging parts for an Australian outlet, right? I had never used it, but what I did was I stuck it in front of the other camera. Right. So I literally, in order to do it, I had the camera looking at the other camera in front of its screen because I thought it would be cool at the time to get a recording that was framed up properly on me while the other camera was seeing me talk into the other camera. Right. And you would just, during the time lapse, you'd see, oh, look at, there's the part where he filmed that other video, right? I'm like, cool, right? So I tried to do this and fucking it took forever. But my tip was, if that ever happens while you're packing up your stuff, what you should do is have a different box off to the side. And every time that happens, you just stick that item in that box. Then when you get to the very end of your collection, use that as your final box. So, because I tell you in my tips to pack everything up in reverse alphabetical order.
Z
right?
through
If you start at Z and work your way backwards, then your final box is the box that's A, right? Then you have everything that you fucked up on in the box that starts your collection. So those things just constantly are going to get moved, and it's easier to ensure that you reintegrate them properly because you just alphabetize those, and then as you're putting stuff in, you start, okay, finally got to the part where that one goes, so let's move that aside and keep going, and then 4 more shelves down, we get where that one goes. You know what I mean? So that was the tip. That was the idea. Just try to explain that. It was abysmal trying to record that because this is back when I was living in California in that apartment with like the paper thin walls. It was just fucking stressful and difficult. My kid would constantly wake up because I'd be talking, and he was out in the living room, you know, at the time, because that's how fucking shit it was to record videos there. So I finally get every take. I get it. I back then I was doing everything in one take. So I finally get it, right? And then I take the footage and I put it on the on my laptop to start editing it. And it filmed it in 4:3 because I had never used the camera before. And I was like, I never posted the footage. I probably have it somewhere. Like I could probably, you know, amend it to this story, right? But I never posted the footage. But you can literally see me just be like, "Fuck it, I'm done." You know, after I realized that. Anyway, yeah. So there's my story about it, and there's my advice to you guys to go ahead and keep that extra box. Like that'll save you some time. Anyway, where do we leave off?
The child destroyed the collection.
Yeah. So old man says, I had my house broken into once. They stole my gaming system and games, but didn't touch my anime collection. Wow, that sounds like a victory to me. If he sues and wins, he can rebuild, but his collection's destruction being made public might cause a spike in the market. True. Fortunately, the crackheads didn't realize the anime was worth 10 times more than the video game stuff and much harder to replace. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bless their heart, those crackheads. Their heart was in the right place, but crack scrambled their brains.
Well, it's easier to get a console than to try to get
I'll tell you, in order to get the PS5 version of the first game, I had to go on eBay and spend $180 to get one that didn't have the DLC downloaded. I could buy the digital version of the Intergrade remake for PS5 with the DLC for $15. That is the collector tax, right?
Tell me about it.
Yeah. So anyway, did you bring the ceiling scorpion with you? Honestly, there is a strong likelihood there are some scorpions in the storage unit that have perhaps died. Probably. Large comic boxes fit 2 rows of stacked anime DVDs perfectly. The boxes also have tops, so they are stackable with no unused space. By comic boxes, by chance, are you referring to file boxes, which is what I use and have right fucking here? Well, this is a bad example because I've got books in the top of it, but oh fuck, you can't full screen me. Here we go. But I think this is what you're referring to. Sticking them in like this. All right. Obviously, ignore the books. And then you've got the setup you're talking about. I did a whole video about this. Just watch the video. Everything you need to know is in that video, except for the thing I had to tell you separately just now about the having the separate box. Anyway, apparently my daughter's been drawing on this lid too. It has some hearts on it. Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyway, woo, let's get back to this. Not file boxes, compliment boxes. Well, I'll have to look. Maybe that'll be a tip video. Lord knows, I will never release another video because there are no patrons. No. Perfect size to stack DVDs. Okay, what about box sets? All right. If you would like to support the OCA podcast, there is Stealth Weeb. And if you just so happen to be extremely interested in nabbing yourself a My Staple Food is Love shirt, but previously you found that pink and nearly every color was out of stock, I have restocked the pink ones. In order to do that, I had to find an alternative shirt that came in the same color. I found that. It is updated. It is no longer a Gildan. It is a Bella Canvas, whatever the number is. So I will be updating the images associated with this later. But if you were interested in this particular color, I did change it over. So now you can order it, but it's going to come as a different type of shirt. Honestly, the Bella Canvas is actually a better shirt. So you probably like it even more. It is like $2 more. So otherwise, you can buy many things like Go Fund Yourself merch. In random merch news, I would like to show you this Pokemon Rayquaza Nagashi Somen noodle delivery system. Are you familiar with that tradition in Japan where they like catch the noodles as they're coming down like the water slide?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, now you can do it with Rayquaza.
Oh,
you literally lift the noodles out of his intestinal tract.
Oh, no, those are his intestines.
Yeah. Add a little food coloring.
Oh my gosh.
The question is, if you eat these noodles, have they been isekai?
Right?
All right. In other news, Pokemon Yo-Yo ice cream maker announced for Japan. I'm not sure how you make ice cream by jerking a yo-yo, but that's cool. Oh, get out of here. The thing I'm most concerned about is why is Mewtwo black? And by black, I mean brown. I don't understand. But it does explain it does explain why Mr. Popo and Jinx are sometimes rendered as purple. All right, moving on. All right, you can also restore your mana with Delicious in a Dungeon anime-inspired craft Mandracola. There you are. Looks like a completely different drink when it's in mid-pour, huh?
Yeah.
It looks like it would taste like black licorice, like a Jägermeister.
True. Maybe it's
Doesn't it?
black licorice flavored.
Does it say anything about licorice? I'm just curious now. Nope. Anyway, that's a thing. Golden Kamui's Koito family fly as carp streamers for Children's Day in Japan. When I read that headline to Reese, he said, "Why would you market Golden Kamui for children?"
Yeah, if memory serves, it's not very child friendly.
Why even do this at all? Like, it's weird. Nagasaki locals on Gandhi statue gifted from India. But why? So the Indian government gifted a statue of Mahatma Gandhi to Nagasaki as a gesture of peace and goodwill to the atomic bomb city. But locals have been wondering why. Just imagine, like, America delivers a Mickey Mouse statue to Istanbul, right? Like, it's like, but why though?
Because Gandhi's problematic now.
No, even better. Like SpongeBob, golden SpongeBob delivered to India, as a sign of peace. The local Indians are like, are they saying we smell bad and need to sponge clean ourselves? Like, last year, India donated a statue of Gandhi to Hiroshima, another city that was victim to the atomic bomb during the Second World War. The giant statue was also presented to President Obama during his visit to India. Is this the third one? Or it was presented to him and they're like, what do you think of this? We're going to give it to Japan. Like, in October last year, Nagasaki received a proposal from the Indian government and decided to install the statue on the banks of the Nakashima River. However, not everybody is happy with the gift from India. Why is Gandhi even here? Asked Neighborhood Association Chairman Shigemichi Onoe. There was no explanation, and I told the city that I was not satisfied with it. The statue size has also been a concern, as the height of the bust measures over 2 meters, including the pedestal. Are they in front of it? I guess they are. Holy shit, it is huge. I thought it was like in the foreground and they were off looking at something else. But no, they're looking straight at it, huh? They're just confused. But unveiled by Prime Minister of India. That's important information to include on here, right? Like, you can hardly read Mahatma Gandhi because it's fucking under this lip causing a cast shadow on it. But the goddamn president of India's name is written bigger than Mahatma. Was Gandhi 118 years old?
Was he? I didn't think he lived that long.
That looks like it says 1800 to 1918. Oh, no, 1869 maybe? Now he seems young. It's about 5 times the size of a human head, said Onoe, adding, it feels extremely oppressive. It's like the Andre the Giant obey. Like, he also said that it could pose a problem for people participating in the Nakashima River Festival. Here's a news report showing some reaction from that. That's holy shit! It's goddamn massive. It's like I'm half worried it's a Trojan horse and a bunch of Indians are gonna pop out.
What? I'm checking his age. The fuck?
You checking what?
Oh, checking his age. He was born in 1969. Or excuse me. Or 1869, excuse me. Yeah, 1869.
So he was only like 50 when he died then, right?
Yeah.
What the fuck? It looks so ancient. Anyway, that's very strange. I'm at a loss for words. Let's move on. Do you want to cover man pleads guilty to theft of 4.8 million pound gold toilet from Blenheim Palace?
How the fuck would you carry it out? I mean, we could skip it, but I'm just wondering how the fuck you would carry it out.
That's nuts, right? He stole
Gold is heavy as
James-
fuck, and it's a
Yeah.
toilet.
Do you think he brought his own tools? Like,
Probably.
James Sheen stole 18 karat fully functioning lavatory while it was part of the 2019 exhibition. Man has pled guilty to the theft of the 4.8 million pound gold toilet from the Oxfordshire country house, where Winston Churchill was born. What is it doing in Winston Churchill's home? Why? Blenheim Palace's 18 karat lavatory was stolen in September 2019 while it was featuring in an art exhibition. James Sheen, 39, from Wellingborough, Northamptonshire, pled guilty to burglary, converting or transferring criminal property, and conspiracy to do the same at Oxford Crown Court. The fully functioning toilet, created by the Italian artist Maurizio Catalan, was plumbed in, you mean like plumbed in, like it was the plumbing, right? Plumbed in at the time of the heist, causing flooding and damage to the 18th century house in Woodstock. Oh my God. Sheen appeared in court via video link from the HMP 5 Wells, where he is already serving a 17-year sentence for numerous thefts, including $400,000 worth of tractors and high-value trophies from the National Horse Racing Museum in Newmarket. 3 other men have pleaded not guilty to charges related to the theft of the toilet. Michael Jones, 38, from Oxford, is accused of burglary. Frederick Sines, also known as Frederick Doe, of course, from Berkshire, and Bora Gukuk, like Nega Giguk, like 40, of West London, are both accused of conspiracy to transfer criminal property. The men are due to go on trial on the 24th of February 2025. That's it? Holy, why does it exist though? The men were making a statement. This doesn't belong in Winston Churchill's house. Like, there's no fucking point.
I mean, I'm trying to imagine how you're going to offload that. Explain to the guy who you're going to sell that to.
One of the things I find funniest about it is that we've got this elaborate 18 karat full gold plumbable toilet, and we've just got like a regular old fucking Home Depot plastic ass looking like thing over here that's lopsided. It really doesn't tie the room together. You need gold appliances and everything.
Picture where you've got the most amazing game setup, but then everything around you is like hot dog shit in comparison.
Or like me and my chair that I literally found on the side of the road.
Yeah.
With my 3 monitors set up and everything. Meanwhile, a billionaire has his own 160 million pound racetrack built into the side of a mountain in Japan.
So can you compare the US dollar to the pound real quick? How much is that? Because Foodnum and I were talking about this earlier when you were going over it for articles and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking to ourselves.
I think the pound is actually worth more.
It is. I'm pretty sure. And I'm just wondering.
It's 1.25 US dollars now. So
160
million times what would that be? So 10% would be 16, 32 plus 8. So that would be an extra 40 million. So $200 million, right? Did I do that math right?
Like, I want that. We were talking, and we were both like, yeah, we want that much fuck off money. We absolutely want that much fuck off money. Like,
so let me try this. 160 times 1.25. That's 200 million. Perfect. I'm good.
So
look at that, Random 11. I didn't have to bring algebra into the equation.
So you first have to buy the land, right? First of all. Mm-hmm. Because you can't just, oh yeah, I have this.
I mean, yeah. So I bet you the land was really cheap.
But like,
when he bought
there can't be that much land left in Japan. I mean, it's islands, right? It's like they've already occupied.
So there's
I'm not
plenty
saying
of
this took up a ton of room, but like
there's plenty of land like this where it's like the land exists, but it hasn't been like frontiered or whatever.
Yeah.
So living there is difficult. So, but if you're a billionaire and you're gonna fucking take a helicopter up to your house anyway,
yeah,
you're
what
gonna
would you give for this amount of fuck? Like, what would you do with this
Mhm.
amount of fuck off money? Like, I would fucking buy the rights to an anime that I want made more of, like, or fund the anime that I want made
Yeah.
myself. Like,
I might make a replica of the pool in my penthouse on top of a mountain with a racetrack like this.
jeez.
Yeah, so he's a big fan of I'm guessing he's a fan of Initial D.
I think it's a racetrack in a video game. I think that he was a fan of, but I could be wrong.
Oh,
I just like think of what you could do. Just like, oh yeah, by the way,
yeah.
discotheque. Yeah, like here's some money. Let you license fucking Maizoni Koku. You know,
Right.
oh here's
Oh, well, they can't do that. Like, they can't. Maison Ukoku is unlicensable now.
apparently. Do you know why?
No, I asked. So, fucking Sean Kleckner of Rightstuf has this way of just coming in and offering really juicy info without, and then just fucks off. So you're like, he's like, oh, actually, they can't license it. It's unlicensable. What does that mean? See ya. You know,
Yeah.
like, oh, that's all the time I had here. Yeah, I don't know. Did it say? I don't know. It's just cool. It's fucking cool, right?
Yeah,
We don't,
I mean, it's cool. I'm not denying that. I'm just like,
all right.
I'm just reeing over the fact that it's like, why can't I have that much money to just say fuck off and buy like, or pay a hentai artist to draw all the fucking hentai that I want? Like, you know, just like.
All right.
this
I'm trying to figure
stupid-
out what we're gonna cover still. I think we're gonna
Are we
skip
doing the
this
watch
one.
club? I mean, half of us.
No,
are
it just
gone.
doesn't seem like it. I mean,
Okay.
have you finished it?
I just binged it tonight, just so we could. I
Yeah.
thought we were going to talk about it tonight.
I literally have 14 minutes left on the last episode.
Okay,
So
yeah, I finished.
I
it tonight,
legitimately considered, waiting and like till we got to like pickups or something, and just like every time somebody started talking, just like playing it in my headphones and getting to the end before the end of it. But since everybody else fucked off, I guess we'll just do it next weekend.
I guess so.
So
Gives
I'm
me another
thinking
week
we'll
for-
skip.
to get paprika because I still don't have
Yeah.
paprika.
We'll skip this for tonight. The hospital gives update
Okay.
after doctors carried out abortion on the wrong woman.
Oh no!
Yeah.
No.
Would you like to cover a woman who squeezed a man's balls until they bled?
Oh god.
Yeah. Let's get to that.
I mean,
Let's
that
just-
sure looks like a woman who, you know.
All right. So a male worker was sent to HR for sexual harassment for using a heart reacts.
What?
So a 45-year-old male company worker was sent to HR after being reported for sexual harassment for using heart reacts on the Microsoft Teams company chat.
Like, unless he's in your DMs, like saying, I wanna fuck you so hard into the ground. Like, heart reacts are like, what the fuck?
You have 4 options, it looks
How
like.
old is this guy? If he's old enough, then it's
Thumbs
like,
up.
well, he
He's
probably
45.
doesn't fucking know. Okay, that's old enough to, I mean.
His
Still,
options
though.
are thumbs up,
Yeah.
heart, squinty eye, giant ass smile, or oh face. Like all of these are
shit
sexual
face.
to some degree, right?
Right. But and this is why men don't want to fucking date, because it's like,
Yeah, no, I skipped an article from gaming news because I felt like Random 11 should be here for it, but it's like they like literally we've created a world because we have bent over backwards to cater to weak snowflake people, and especially women in the Me Too movement, or not necessarily the women in the Me Too movement, but the women who have become emboldened to Me Too people have created a world in which it is untenable to live in. And we'll look at that more next podcast, but let's read this. So, according to a coworker's position on Twitter, the man was reprimanded for sexual harassment using stamps because apparently heart reacts are forbidden. The 45-year-old male manager was told that the heart react was gross, and he was made to attend a hearing by the HR department. Can you fucking imagine? By the way, old man, just a heads up. I'm holding off on Bridge. I still intend to cover it. I just didn't want to do it tonight. Just so you know. So he was made to attend a hearing by the HR department. The coworker also added that there weren't any issues with female employees using the heart reactions, and several other users chimed in, saying that the manager was treated unfairly as the company only saw it as sexual harassment when an older male employee was the one to use the controversial reaction. Other users commented that their work chats have no issues with men and women using the heart reactions, while others seem to align more with the unfairly treated manager's workplace and see it as sexual harassment. That's just fucking ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. Let's talk about this old man who was uninjured after being stabbed repeatedly in the back and stomach.
Yeah, and just walked it off like no problem.
An 81-year-old man was stabbed multiple times in the back and stomach while visiting the atomic bomb dome in Hiroshima and somehow remained uninjured after the assault. According to the report, a witness called 911 near the atomic bomb dome at around 11:30 a.m. on March 25th, saying there was a man holding a knife. What she didn't know is it was the man who had been stabbed and killed the man. The 81-year-old man who was sightseeing from outside Hiroshima Prefecture was stabbed multiple times in the back with a kitchen knife. However, the knife did not penetrate his skin as his body showed no signs of injury. The police arrested a 42-year-old unemployed man who was present at the scene on suspicion of attempted murder.
You know why? It's probably because the 42-year-old probably got cucked. He probably got cucked. His wife was like, "Oh my god, that 81-year-old is such a giga chat. I need to have him in my bed."
Apparently he is. He got stabbed repeatedly and showed no signs of damage. Old man says, "Wasn't me. I'd remember if I'd been stabbed." Not if it didn't leave any marks.
On you, yeah. It's like if you just walked it off.
These are the reactions from Japanese internet denizens. No injuries? Who the hell is this OG-san? It says he was stabbed multiple times and he didn't get hurt. Hint, the 81-year-old man was bald. Oh.
He was Roshi then, is what you're saying.
Damn, that's scary. Never mind. That OG-chan is the strongest. What kind of a beast is he to not take any damage? Did he have a phone book attached to his stomach and back? He was stabbed multiple times and not injured. I wonder if the man visiting from outside the prefecture was wearing chainmail. Oh. The attacker must have had some shitty aim, right? How are there no injuries after being stabbed multiple times? Is he always wearing a blade-proof vest? No damage, just stabbed multiple times. Use your Hanma. Difference between a strong man and an unemployed weak man. It was an after image. They find a stump, like a log that has a bunch of stab wounds in it. Orochi Dopo. Did he stop it with his muscles? Yeah, apparently. All right. Last article before the squeezing the ball one. Kochi Prefecture panty photographer. Quote, I wanted to test out my new phone.
I just wanted to test it out. I just wanted to see what color they were. That's all.
You're the ones being weird. I was just testing out my new camera. 54-year-old Kochi Prefectural Agricultural Infrastructure Division civil servant was caught testing out his new phone in inappropriate ways, photographing high school girls' panties.
He probably was auditioning for like an anime studio that required like panty shots, and so he was, just trying out different angles.
Seems as logical as his excuse. The crime took place in December 2023 when policemen caught him red-handed in the act of sticking his phone camera up a girl's skirt, trying to record a video.
How do you manage that though? Stick like without getting caught, like, or without her noticing. She has to notice.
Usually they do the camera thing on the shoe.
Oh, right.
Because then you could just be like, oh, I'm sorry, miss. I accidentally stuck my foot between yours on the train. Sorry about that, you know. However, it wasn't until March 25th, 2024 that he was finally officially sentenced to 6 months of suspension from his job.
I'll be right back. I'm going to step away for a second.
Okay. After which the man voluntarily resigned instead. The man admitted, quote, I started stealing shots of panties 15 years ago, but stopped for about 5 years. But after changing smartphones to one with a better camera, I thought of using it for taking panty shots. I like, did he think that would get him more sympathy? Like, it's just such an absurd thing to say. Like, yeah, you know, believe it or not, like 15 years ago, I was like a beast taking photos of everybody. But you know, lately, I just don't know. All right. Anyway, Green Line's gonna miss the beginning of this one. Chat, tell me what you think about this woman. It says here, mugshot of woman who squeezed man's balls, quote, until they bled, has horny blokes jealous. Let me know. Are you jealous? A woman in the United States who was nicked for apparently squeezing her chap's balls until they bled. So it wasn't just some random guy she was torturing. It literally is her chap. Like, until they bled has become something of a hero to a bunch of blokes who seem to like the idea. Katie Lee Pitchford's mugshot was posted on Instagram by the user Mugshotties, who uses his account to share images of arrested women he likes the look of. He has posted that his latest find was held on suspicion of battery, squeezed boyfriend's balls until they bled.
That reminds me of the scene from Inspector Gadget, like the live action remake with
Matthew Broderick.
Yeah, Matthew Broderick, and there's that scene where he squeezes the man's balls, and then
I don't remember that scene. I don't think I saw that movie since it was in theaters. It might be a contender for a watch party.
Okay,
just to like refresh my memory of it, but
he's trying out his his extending arms or whatever, and he's with a guru, and he's like, yeah, just reach out and touch the balls, and the guy has 2 crystal balls there, but he reaches out and grabs the man's testicles and fucking squeezes.
Wow.
And they have to cart the man in with like a, you know, that pound of ice that you get at the grocery store that's like in the
on his ball. Yeah.
Yeah.
Old man says, I did have a knife pulled on me once, though. I talked the guy down, though, and he left the store. Working retail is no joke. Yeah. She looks proud of herself. Doesn't regret a thing.
Yeah.
Sounds like it was consensual to me. I just don't understand how you squeeze the balls until they bleed.
Yeah.
Did she have nails? I mean, that maybe, right? Like that might explain it. The comments from his followers suggest that a number of them would like to have been Pitchford's victim. One user wrote, quote, I've paid a lot of money for this, and some dude calls the cops on her for getting exactly what he wanted. He doesn't deserve her.
Oh my gosh. Fucking, I thought I was bad. These are fucking degenerates.
Another simply said, some guys have to pay money for that type of play. A third commenter said the victim might have told the court, Your Honor, I just forgot the safe word.
No.
Another Instagram user forlornly told the world, Lord, I see the things you give others. Why can you not give it to me? The incident actually happened a few years ago when Pitchford, then 21, got into a furious row. I hate the word row. With her boyfriend in Miami, Florida. Of course. And attacked him with a brush.
Yeah, attacked him with a brush. They just mean she was spanking him or something.
I mean, that's the least egregious. Cops nicked her for domestic battery after neighbors reported a domestic. A police report into the incident said that Pitchford became enraged after hitting him with the brush, she continued to strike him with her fist and scratched the left side of his face. This is just a different girl, randomly. Okay.
I think it's the. Is it the same chick?
It says not all the people whose mugshots are posted are very happy about it. So this is like from the account that shared it originally.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just like
her eyebrows look fully drawn on.
Yeah, 100%.
Pitchford then grabbed him by his balls and squeezed them until they were bleeding. Internally bleeding? I still don't understand this. Before trying to throttle him. What does that mean? What does throttle him mean? Like, she was already on probation for resisting an officer with violence when she was nicked. Mugshotties, that's the name of the Instagram account, has a habit of unearthing old mugshots and posting them online. And the people involved don't always like it. A few weeks ago, one of the women whose pictures was shared responded to the Instagram thread. Taylor Johnson from Houston, Texas, was another whose looks sent social media users into a frenzy, but she replied, posting my mugshot 2 years later is crazy. Didn't even ask me. You know, it's on the public record, bitch. Don't have to ask. According to Mugshotties, Johnson was arrested for drink driving and the possession of marijuana. Oh. Not quite as hot as squeezing a man's balls until they bleed. I still don't quite understand how that occurs. Anyway, we have a bunch of topics that I'm going to have to skip. I'm trying to see if there's anything else we could just throw in here real quick. No, we'll call it here. All right. I'm guessing next Sunday. I can't seem to figure out like how to just catch the fuck up. Right. Anyway, but thank you for not abandoning me, Greenline.
I was sure not. Don't mention it. Yeah, the others abandoned you, and I'm like, well, fuck. I guess it's me.
You're like, I know I can only be the one to stay. All right. So anyway, for those watching, thank you. I had more planned for you, but looks like I can't do anything about it. So anyway, I'm looking for a way to end this. Yeah, this one.